Mic check 1 2. 2. Mic check 1 2. 2 mic check 1 2. 2 check mic check 1 2. 2 check mic check 1 2. 2 mic check 1 2. 2 mic check 1 2. 2 check 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 mic check 1 2. Testing mic check 1 2. 2 check mic check 1 2. Testing the mic check 1 2. 次次次次次 mic check 1 2mic check 1 2次 mic check 1 2 check mic check 1 2. Check mic check 1 2. T. 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 T.
C and 2. You understand? Okay. They use your own analog voltage.
See, I never understood it.
C. That's C to the group C. Channel 2.
Okay, group and channel. Okay. So this one not gonna be
Group. Any group you put on group J. Okay, channel 4.
yeah, man, I did careful.
So put on for group J.
Now you are
Different.
So no tackle like that. As you don't tackle am today.
1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2 sound check
Keep am. Tomorrow if you as a still face that thing. So you
1
better
2 sound check 1 2 1 2 sound check sound check 1 2
Your name will be fit. No be
2 2 mic check 1 2 2 mic check 1 2 2 check mic check 1 2 2
Kisha Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land.
Such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Love it when you stir it up. That body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
Let me say a very good morning to you all, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is a quick call for the people who are a little far outside to please come inside. If they can hear me, I will appreciate their action. Otherwise, if someone can help me pass the message to everyone outside that we're ready to start. I saw a few gentlemen and ladies quickly stepping outside to pick up calls, receive calls. That was a good moment to do that, but now we are set and ready to start. So I'd like to humbly request that we all please just settle down because we are set and ready to begin. So since people are obeying and they are coming inside, I'll give another about 40 seconds for us to just all settle down so we can start. Our plan is to be on the clock and be on time so we can achieve everything we have to achieve within the time that we have. And so I'll just count about 40 seconds to maybe 50 seconds for everyone to settle down. Thank you very much. As we all settle down and get ready to begin our West African Peace and Security Dialogue 2025. We are set and ready to begin. I'd like to humbly request that we all please rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's time for us to begin, very importantly, the West African Peace and Security Dialogue. And I humbly request that we all please rise as the media will help us with the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
By the movement of the National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, when the president is not physically seated in an event, we take just one stanza of that anthem, and that's why the media did justice to that. For those who were surprised, I just need to give you that update for free. Over the past few decades, most of the countries in West Africa have been faced with so many challenges, ranging from undemocratic takeovers, violence, violent extremism, farmer-header clashes, and religious extremism to maritime piracy, poverty, and youth unemployment, armed conflicts, and transnational organized crimes, all of which acts as threats to peace, security, and development in this region. Furthermore, the resurgence of military coups and unconstitutional changes of government in countries such as Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea also threatens regional security and raises concern about the effectiveness of democratic governance in West Africa. Given these reasons, there is an urgent need for collective reflection, dialogue, and action among peace-building practitioners, policy makers, and civil society actors. It's against this background, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that the building blocks for Peace Foundation, that today I'll quickly refer to as BB for Peace, and the Global Partnership for Prevention of Armed Conflicts, GPPAC, West Africa, in partnership with the Institute of Peace and Conflict Resolution, are organizing this very special West African Peace and Security Dialogue WAPSID under the theme Reimagining Peace and Security in West Africa. Zero focus on local solutions, regional solidarity, and global partnership. It's going to be a 2-day peace and security dialogue, and I'm sure that at the end of this 2-day, we'll strengthen the regional collaboration. There will be so much peace engagement and dialogues, and of course, stakeholders will be working better as we drive towards peace. My name is Chooks the General. I'm going to be your host for today's event, and I'm sure that we're going to have a very amazing, wonderful dialogue and a safe day. Let me very respectfully and specially welcome you all to the day one of this 2-day wonderful Peace Summit. We'll begin very quickly and run as quick as possible because we have so much to achieve. It's a day that's packed, already loaded. We are going to have wonderful goodwill messages. We'll be having a keynote presentation that I'm actually watching out to listen to. I followed Prof for some time behind the scene, and I'm watching and being on standby to listen to that segment. We'll be having wonderful panel sessions, and of course, we'll be having reflections and opportunities for questions. We'll be hearing wonderful goodwill message from members of the diplomatic corps. It will be a wonderful day that from now that will start till when we end, you are going to have so much information. We are going to be so loaded, and we are going to be ready to properly pursue peace and engage on more security dialogue. I'd like to, first of all, welcome everyone, Your Excellency, ambassadors, members of the diplomatic corps, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of course, gentlemen of the press, to our day one. Let me quickly try my best to establish protocol, but of course, as the event unfolds and as we go through activities one after the other, we will be mentioning and be welcoming a few more people that will be part of the running of today's event. I'd like to welcome, with all due respect, and recognize the Director General of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, who is here. That's Dr. Joseph Ochogo, who is here, ably represented. Please, can we put our hands together for DG? Can you clap a little louder? I don't know. I'm going to be needing your hands today so much that by the time you are done with this event, you've done enough hand exercise, and you have a chance to live longer and look younger. Live longer and look younger. And let me welcome, respectfully, Executive Director, Building Blocks for Peace Foundation. I'd like to welcome, very respectfully, Rafiu Adeniran Lawal. Please, can we put our hands together for Rafiu? Please, sir, can you just wave? That would be very fine. Let me respectfully welcome members of the Board of Trustees of the Building Block for Peace Foundation. All our members of the Board of Trustees will specially welcome you. Our keynote speaker, I'll properly introduce him better when it's time for speech. Our keynote speaker is Professor Olawale Albert, and is here represented by Professor Benjamin Aluko. Please can we put our hands together for keynote speaker. And we also have Professor Jude Momodu is also here. Please can you wave? Can we put our hands together for Professor? So anyone you see carrying a laptop or iPad and reading, even when we're in this event, should be a professor. So I'm seeing all of them are all 2 laptops on this table, 1 on this table. Okay, there's laptop on every table. Okay, good morning, my fellow professors. We welcome you all. Thank you very much. We especially and sincerely appreciate you all. I'd like to also welcome our GPPAC members from Mali, from Senegal, from Niger, from Nigeria, from Guinea, and from Ghana. So let's do that gradually. Anyone from Mali, can you wave? Mali. Okay, please can we put our hands together? Senegal. Wow. Please can we appreciate her? Niger. Oh, 2. Wow. Okay, I saw you wave 2 hands. So, okay, that's Niger. In Nigeria, when you wave 2 hands, it means you have political plan. You want to contest for something somewhere. So, if you have political plan, let it be in Niger. We especially welcome you. We appreciate your presence. Can we clap for them one more time? Guinea. Wow. Okay, why the 2 hands again? I thought we just... Okay, from Ghana. No Ghana. Oh, yes, Ghana. Welcome. And when it's time for lunch, the 2 of you, I'll feed you with Nigerian jollof rice. So we can settle that conflict today. We can't leave this meeting with another conflict, all right? The Nigerian-Ghana jollof rice conflict will sort it out. I will personally sort your jollof rice today with solid pepper and goat meat. I'm sure when you go back, you tell your president that matter is sorted. Okay? And of course, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Can they just all wave from Nigeria? So, Oga, Mali, you didn't wave. Guinea, you didn't wave. Where are you from, sir? Okay, Cotonou. Nigeria. Oh, Liberia. Yeah, I noticed that the 2 of them. Oh, 2 of them Liberia. Can we welcome them? They live here, but they are from Liberia. Welcome you. Thank you very much. We sincerely and specially appreciate everyone that traveled from different parts of Africa, especially the West African states. We appreciate you especially. Let me recognize very especially the representative of the ECOWAS Department of Political Affairs and Peace Conflict. ECOWAS, please, can we have the rep from ECOWAS? Are they here yet? Oh, to saw someone writing name on that. Okay, maybe he stepped out. Thank you, especially welcome you. National Coordinator for West African Network for Peace Building. We especially welcome you also. And of course, yes, thank you, man, for coming. Directors of NGOs that are here, thank you all very much for coming. Let me also especially welcome the former commissioner from Kaduna, Mr. Samuel Arua, who especially welcome you. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. We appreciate you. I think we should clap for our commissioner. Katsina State Development Management Board. We have Dr. Mustafa Shehu. Please can we put our hands together for him? Thank you very much, sir. We especially and sincerely appreciate you. We're set and ready to begin. And I'd like to, with all due respect, invite to the microphone for a proper welcome address. Let me welcome Executive Director, Building Blocks for Peace Foundation. Help me welcome Rafiu Adeniran Lawa. Please can the clap be 10 times louder than the first one we gave?
Good morning, everyone. Let me just reestablish the protocols again. It will not be nice for me to proceed without giving honor to whom honor is due. And I want to start by appreciating the Director General of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, Dr. Joseph Ochogu, for his support. I recognize members of the Board of Trustees of Building Blocks for Peace Foundation who are here. I recognize our keynote speaker, Professor Benjamin Aluko. Interestingly, I used to be a student between 2013, 14, 15 during my master's. Thank you so much for coming. I want to recognize Professor Jude Momodu from Adibo University, Yola. He's also the Vice President of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. Thank you so much for coming, sir. I want to recognize representatives of the different embassies who are here, Embassy of Netherlands, Embassy of Denmark, of Liberia, of Norway, and Finland. Members of the Global Partnership for the Prevention of Armed Conflict, GPAC in West Africa, who traveled all the way from their different countries, Mali, Guinea, Senegal, Ghana, to also join us in this very important meeting. I want to recognize someone very special, someone who can actually, narrate the history of my peace-building journey, and she's none other than the national coordinator of the West African Network for Peace Building, ONEP Nigeria. Thank you so much for coming, ma. Mr. Samuel Arua, you're welcome. Mr. Mustafa, you are welcome. Other directors who are here. Our friends from the media, you are welcome. I know you won't forgive me if I don't mention media. You are all welcome. So it is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all to this pivotal gathering, WAPSID 2025, a space for deep, insightful discourse on the current state of peace, security, and development in West Africa. I am personally delighted by the distinguished array of participants, guests, and resource persons who have honored our invitations to be here. Your presence affirms the importance of this dialogue, and I am confident that its outcomes will reflect the calibers of the mind assembled here today. This year's West Africa Peace and Security Dialogue is a collaborative initiative of the Building Blocks for Peace Foundation, together with the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution and the Society for Peace Studies and Practice Network and the LAC Network from Niger Republic. This platform offers us, practitioners, policymakers, and stakeholders in peace building, security, conflict resolution, and development, a timely opportunity to assess and respond to the evolving challenges in our region. This dialogue could not be more urgent. Across West Africa, we face a complex web of threats undermining peace, stability, and development. In Nigeria, persistent herders and farmer clashes, banditry, violent extremism, especially the enduring Boko Haram insurgency, have destabilized the north central, northwest, and northeastern part of Nigeria. These conflicts have triggered ripple effects nationwide, including food insecurity, inflation, as farmers are unable to access their lands. Public resources that should fuel development are increasingly diverted to address this crisis. If you look at the amount of money that has gone into addressing the activities of violent extremist group in northeastern part of Nigeria, for example, and you imagine if that kind of allocations, have been diverted into funding infrastructures for peace, Nigeria will not be where it is today. So the effects of the conflict that we face, they are just unimaginable. Beyond Nigeria, countries such as Mali, Burkina Faso, Togo grapple with internal conflicts, transborder crimes, and violent extremism. The recent waves of unconstitutional governments in Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso signals a troubling democratic threat. The erosion of democratic norms has fueled public disillusionment, particularly regarding the economic and social dividends of governance. Election-related tensions are also, something that we need to mention. We all saw what happened in Côte d'Ivoire recently, even though it's still been adjudged to be a peaceful elections, but we cannot put aside the tensions that also came with that election. It's only in Africa when it's time for elections, everyone is talking about it. So we also have widespread protests over economic hardship in a number of countries in the last few years. All of these have led to fatalities, displacement, and stalled development. These issues are deeply rooted in the political, economic, and social fabric of our societies. Poverty, underdevelopment, ethno-religious divisions, and climate-induced crises continue to amplify instability. Addressing them demands a multifaceted, nuanced approach. There is no single solution. The theme of this year's dialogue, Reimagining Peace and Security in West Africa, Local Solutions, Regional Solidarity, and Global Partnerships, reflects our commitment to bottom-up, locally driven strategies. By centering real actors and live experiences, we can foster regional knowledge exchange, trend mapping, and collaborative solutions that scale globally. We aim to amplify local voices and leverage regional expertise to confront the forces strengthening our collective peace and development. I'm gladdened by the presence of key policymakers, including representatives from the ECOWAS, government agencies, Ministry of Youth is here, Ministry of Interior, National Human Rights Commission is also here, and many others who will join us, whose engagement is vital to shaping and implementing effective strategies. I welcome our partners from the international non-governmental organization, development agencies, and national and local organizations. This dialogue is an opportunity to deepen collaboration, forge new partnerships, and build enduring solidarity. Ultimately, I see this initiative as a springboard for sustained action towards lasting solutions that restore peace, security, and development across West Africa. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of our guests, from the diplomatic community, government representative, ECOWAS, local, regional, and international partners who have joined us for this dialogue. At this junction, I want to especially appreciate the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Netherlands for the kind support that has been extended to us, the GPAC Foundation, LAC, and Building Blocks for Peace Foundation, through the Connecting for Peaceful Societies grants that was extended to us. On behalf of the Board of Trustees of the Building Blocks for Peace Foundation, the Regional Secretariat of the Global Partnership for the Prevention of Armed Conflict in West Africa, I welcome you all to WAPSIT 2025. And I wish us all fruitful deliberations and enduring outcomes. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, sir, for the insightful welcome address. I'm sure we feel much welcome than before. I would just add quickly that we have for our Francophone brothers and sisters, we have the headphone on the table. If you pick it up, you hear it in French. We have a wonderful translator. I saw they're already doing it. For those who want to hear in French. Otherwise, I'm sure we're all understanding my English. I don't know why they brought a French translator, because I can also speak French. Just that my own French, you may not understand it. So I'm sure the person they brought, he will understand the one he's saying. Okay. We're set to take a proper opening remark now. That was indeed a wonderful welcome address from our Director General. Please, can we put our hands up for Executive Director, Building Blocks and Peace Foundation. Thank you, our Executive Director. We will now take our DG speech now. DG for IPCR, Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution. And to give that, I'd like to invite the perfect representation for our DG is the head External Conflict Prevention Department. Let me respectfully welcome Dr. Babatunde Austin Olalekan. Please, can we put our hands together for him? So I don't know why they are not clapping for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Instead of troublemaker, you are a peacemaker. Thank you very much. We are glad to be here this morning. My name is Dr. Olalekan Babatunde. I head the Directorate of the External Conflict Prevention and Resolution of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution. I'm here representing my DG, Dr. Joseph Ochogu, who is presently in Germany for another, international engagement. So he asked me to, give this remarks. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Ambassadors of the Netherlands, Norway, Denmark, in Nigeria, our brothers and sisters from West Africa countries, distinguished scholars, practitioners, particularly again, Professor Mamadou Aisiola, you are welcome, sir. Yeah, distinguished guests, stakeholders, colleagues in peace, the media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you all. It is both an honor and a profound responsibility to open this crucial dialogue, a gathering of some of the finest minds and most dedicated hearts committed to the future of West Africa. We meet today at a critical juncture. Our region, blessed with immense human potential, vibrant cultures, and abundant resources, faces a complex web of challenges, from the scourge of violent extremism and the fragility of democratic institutions to the existential threat of climate change and the struggle of our youth for opportunity. The pillars of our peace and security are being tested. Yet, in the face of these challenges, we are not here to simply recount a litany of woes. We are here to reimagine. We are here to shift the narrative from one of peril to one of possibility. The theme of our dialogue is not accidental. It is deliberate and strategic framework for our collective action, reimagining our future, local solutions, regional solidarity, and global partnerships. This triad forms the bedrock upon which a more peaceful, secure, and prosperous West Africa will be built. First, we must champion local solution. For too long, the blueprint for peace has often been designed in distant capitals and conference rooms. We have learned, sometimes painfully, that solutions imposed from the outside, without deep roots in the community, are like trees planted in shallow soil. They cannot withstand the storm. The wisdom to heal our communities resides within them. It is found in the traditional conflict resolution mechanisms of our elders, the resilience of our women-led peace-building groups, and the innovative spirit of our young tech entrepreneurs. Our first task is to listen, to empower, and to invest in these homegrown initiatives. We must move from a model of delivering solutions to one of the enabling to them to flourish from the ground up. Second, we must recommit to regional stability, solidarity. The threats we face do not respect the borders drawn on colonial maps. A crisis in the Sahel echoes on the coast of the Gulf of Guinea. Instability in one nation can become a contagion that weakens us all. Our strength, therefore, lies in our unity. The legacy of our regional body, ECOWAS, founded in the dreams of visionaries, reminds us that our destinies are intertwined. We must breathe new life into this principle of collective security. This means enhancing intelligence sharing, harmonizing our early warning systems, and standing together in unwavering support of democratic governance and constitutional order. Regional solidarity is not an option. It's our most vital strategic imperative. Third, we must recalibrate our global partnerships. The world is interconnected, and our ability is a global public good. We welcome and need the support of international partners. However, the era of a donor-recipient dynamic is getting over. We seek partnerships built on mutual respect, shared responsibility, and aligned interest. We call for relationships where global resources are matched with local knowledge, where external funding follows a locally owned agenda, and where our partners invest not just in our security sectors, but in our development, our education, and our climate resilience. The time of foreign power threats is over. Let us build partnerships that are equitable, predictable, and focused on building long-term capacity, not just short-term stability. Distinguished participants, over the next 2 days, this dialogue is your platform. I urge you to be bold in your thinking, frank in your discussions, and creative in your reports and proposals and advocacies. Let us challenge old assumptions. Let us forge new connections. Let us live here not only with a clearer understanding of our challenges, but with a concrete, actionable roadmap, a compact for peace that is owned by us, supported by our region, and respected by the world. The task before us is great, but it's also our collective will. Let us reimagine and let us get to work, building the West Africa that our people deserve, a region of peace, opportunity, and enduring solidarity. The Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution stands ready to work with all stakeholders, government agencies, development partners, civil society, academia, women and youth, traditional rulers, religious leaders, to initiate local solutions in order to deliver a peaceful and secure West Africa that stands in solidarity with one another. We must ensure that no country or group is left behind. Let us leave this forum with a renewed hope and commitment and a clearer, actionable roadmap. I must thank the Building Blocks for Peace Foundation, our partners, for putting this together. Thank you. I wish you fruitful deliberations. You are all most welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a very wonderful one from Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution. Also opening their doors to anyone who wants to stand for peace and conflict resolution. We especially appreciate you, sir, for speaking on behalf of your DG. That was indeed a very perfect representation. Please, can we put our hands together one more time for him? Thank you very much. We'll go to goodwill messages now, because we're trying to see how to compress the so much wealth of program, the beauty in our program today, to compress it with time. We'll be asking that everyone just see how to keep to time when they come for goodwill messages. We have about 5 of them, 5 goodwill messages we will take. And so if we just keep to about a minute plus in fraction, in about 7 to 8 minutes should be done with that goodwill message, and we can proceed to our next item on the program. I'd like to invite first, to take the first goodwill message, the rep from the Netherlands Embassy. Let me invite, speaking on behalf of the Netherlands Ambassador, I'd like to invite Miss Denaike. Please, can we put our hands together for her? Can we, Africa, can we welcome her very warmly?
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and dear peace builders, it is a great honor to be with you today at this important conference dedicated to reimagining peace and security in West Africa. On behalf of the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, I bring you warm greetings and deep appreciation for your unwavering commitment to building a more peaceful and secure region. Today's theme of the 2nd edition of the West Africa Peace and Security Dialogue beautifully captures what sustainable peace is truly about. Peace is not merely an absence of conflict, but is the presence of justice, inclusion, and trust. Across West Africa, we continue to see communities demonstrating remarkable resilience and innovation in addressing the complex drivers of conflict. An example from Nigeria's Plateau and Kaduna states comes from the JISRA program that brought together Christian and Muslim faith leaders, youth groups, and women's associations to foster dialogue, address mistrust, and prevent violence. By creating a safe space for honest conversation and joint action, these initiatives have helped to rebuild relationships and transform societies. This is exactly the kind of locally led peace building that gives us hope, and it's why we are proud to support initiatives like Yisra and this conference today. They remind us that the most enduring solutions are those that are built from the ground up, owned by the communities themselves. At the same time, local peace building does not stand alone. The challenges of insecurity, from violent extremism to climate change, transcend national borders. That is why regional solidarity and global partnerships are vital. When communities, governments, and international partners join hands, peace becomes a shared responsibility. For the Netherlands, peace and stability in West Africa are deeply important. Our world is interconnected, so conflict in one region affects us all. But beyond that, we are guided by our values, a belief in human dignity, equality, and international solidarity. Supporting peace in West Africa is not only an act of partnership, but it's an expression of our conviction that every person deserves to live free from conflict and fear. A stable and peaceful West Africa benefits its people, its neighbors, and the wider world. I would like to thank Building Blocks for Peace Foundation, GPAC, and the IPCR for your unwavering dedication to peace and security, and for bringing together peace builders from the region to strengthen the collective fabric of peace. I wish you a fruitful dialogue that reaffirms our shared determination for the future of West Africa. Thank you, et merci beaucoup.
Okay, so I like the fact that she didn't need anyone to help her interpret her thank you, so she said the merci beaucoup by herself. Please can we clap one more time for very respected Kingdom of Netherlands. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. We take our second Goodwill message, and I appreciate the fact that she spoke within her time frame. If we just all do like that, we'll flow very quickly. Let me invite very specially from the National President of Society of Peace and Studies, Society of Peace Studies and Practice, who is here represented by Professor Jude Momodu. Please, Momodu Modibo. Please, can you put your hands together? He came all the way from Adama State University, Yola. Please, why are you not clapping? Why are you not clapping?
Good morning to you all. I'm here to represent the president of Society for Peace Studies and Practice, Mr. Nathaniel Awupila, who is unavoidably absent. He has an engagement somewhere and he has asked me to deliver his goodwill message to this beautiful gathering. Distinguished colleagues, esteemed partners, and fellow peace builders, on behalf of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, I extend my warm greetings and heartfelt appreciation to the organizers of the West Africa Peace and Security Dialogue, Building Blocks for Peace Foundation, the Global Partnership for the Prevention of Armed Conflict, West Africa, and the Institute for Peace Studies and Conflict Resolution, and of course, the distinguished delegates and guests here present. This convening under the theme Reimagining Peace and Security in West Africa, Local Solutions, Regional Solidarity, and Global Partnerships is both timely and transformative. SPSP has approached this partnership and especially this convening with a lot of optimism, as we believe that our collective quest to harvest actionable local solutions to boost regional solidarity and amplify global partnership at this convening is not only possible, but easily achievable, particularly when one considers the area of distinguished presenters and contributors in this room. As a professional body committed to advancing peace research, policy engagement, and practice across Nigeria and the broader West African region, SPSP recognizes the urgency of collaborative platforms that foster dialogue, innovation, and shared learning. The complex challenges facing our region, ranging from violent extremism and democratic fragility to climate-induced conflict and economic instability, demand not only local ingenuity, but also regional solidarity and global cooperation. By committing to this partnership, SPSP is determined to work with our partners toward generating insights into peace and security dynamics in West Africa, and catalyzing conditions for improved collaboration and partnership among CSOs and peace-building practitioners in West Africa. Based on this commitment, our willingness to carry out the designated role of producing the outcome document that should appropriately reflect the key recommendations for CSOs and policymakers working in the West Africa sub-region, and as may be appropriate for stakeholders elsewhere in Africa and globally. It is in the light of this shared purpose that SPSP expresses its strong desire to deepen collaboration with both GP PAC, BBFP, and IPCR. We believe that by synergizing our networks, expertise, and advocacy efforts, we can amplify the impact of peace-building initiatives and contribute meaningfully to sustainable development and democratic resilience in West Africa. In furtherance of this aspiration, I'm pleased to use this occasion to extend a formal invitation to GPPAC, BBFP, and IPCR to participate in the upcoming 19th Annual International Conference and General Assembly of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, scheduled to take place from 25 to 27th November 2025 at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. The theme of this year's conference is Economic Challenges and the Task of Building Sustainable Peace in a Globalized World. The conference will provide a rich opportunity for scholars, practitioners, civil society actors, and policymakers to interrogate the intersection of economic realities and peace-building efforts, and to co-create actionable strategies for inclusive, resilient societies. While we look forward to welcoming you to Ibadan later in the month, the ongoing convening is our present priority. And I want to wish us all an excellent meeting. May we build an enduring partnership that will advance our shared vision of a peaceful, just, and secure West Africa. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
We especially appreciate you, Professor Sir. Came all the way from. Please, one more time, can we put our hands together for him? A perfect goodwill message delivered there. The only small challenge I have with you, sir, is that you copied our merci beaucoup. Just state your own. Just speak your own. Look for something to speak. It's only for me and Netherlands that I'll be doing merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Our next goodwill message will be on the screen. And that will be especially from our GPPAC. And so the CEO of GPPAC Foundation will deliver a goodwill message this time around on screen. Multimedia, can we dim light a little bit and project the goodwill message?
Excellencies, distinguished representatives, colleagues, and fellow champions of peace. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to address the 2025 West Africa Peace and Security Dialogue. My name is Kirsten Meerschaert, and while I am unable to be there with you in person, I am honored to share a few words on behalf of the Global Partnership for the Prevention of Armed Conflict, or GPAC, as you embark on this dialogue. GPAC is a global network of local peace builders, a community that spans more than 250 civil society groups all around the world, united by a shared belief that peace endures when it is built from the ground up, by local actors who understand the needs, hopes, and strengths of their own communities. Across our network, led by organizations like the Building Blocks for Peace Foundation, LAC, and our GPAC West African Network, we have seen how local solutions, when supported by regional solidarity and global partnerships, can transform cycles of violence into pathways of resilience. From community mediation in border regions to youth-led dialogues and women's peace committees, our members are living proof that peace is not imported, it is cultivated locally. Through our Connections for Peace project, supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, we are deepening this commitment, creating bridges between local peace builders in West Africa and across the world. This initiative connects grassroots experience with policy spaces, enabling mutual learning, joint advocacy, and collective action on shared challenges, whether it's violent extremism, governance, or climate insecurity. Our approach is network-based. We see peace as a web of relationships. By linking local peace builders to one another and to regional and international actors, we amplify their impact and foster a more coherent, inclusive approach to peace and security. Today, as you meet to reimagine peace in West Africa, I would like to share an affirmation of our solidarity, not only across borders, but across levels of action. When local voices are heard and supported, regional stability and global peace become possible. I wish you engaging and inspiring discussions over the coming days and look forward to hearing the outcomes of this prestigious gathering. Thank you.
As a CEO for Global Partnership for the Prevention of Armed Conflicts, GPAC. Please, one more time, can we put our hands together? Thank you very much. She sees peace as a word of relationships, and so the inclusive approach to peace and security is the major drive for the GPAC. Thank you very much, Ma, for joining us. Virtually, we appreciate you. We'll go to our fourth go-to message, and that will be the representative of the Embassy of Denmark. I'd like to invite Henrik to give us that speech. The representative of the Embassy of Denmark for his go-to message. I suspect you're the one I'm calling, sir. Please, can we put our hands together for him?
Good morning. Morning. Yeah, my name is Henrik, and I represent the Danish ambassador for the Danish embassy here in Abuja. I really didn't expect to give a speech here today, so it kind of caught me by surprise. But I will extend a thank you from the ambassador for the invitation, and as the Danish government has several projects here in Nigeria and in East Africa as well, we are very interested in this kind of dialogue, and we appreciate very much that we have been invited to participate here. I'm looking forward to see what these 2 days will bring with all these very interesting organizations and this very interesting program. I'm sure that we will gain something from these 2 days. I think that will be my my speech here, but thank you very much for inviting. Thank you.
Okay, I was trying to learn what thank you was in Denmark, and he said tak. Yes. So while we are busy doing thank you, they made it short, tak. I don't know what the reply is. So when we say tak, what would they reply? Tak tak. On our Denmark is just Abuja. We say to Denmark. Okay, so when I say tak, you reply. So tak? What does that even mean? Okay. Thank you very much. So because we needed someone to speak on behalf of the embassies and government agencies we have around, I used my discretion to just welcome him, and thank God that he did that speech very well. I will also now ask for a representative of ECOWAS, so I don't choose by myself again. Speaking on behalf of ECOWAS, the Department for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. Anyone doing that, or I will happily proceed and come back to this later. Okay? No one speaking for ECOWAS. I'm sure we'll come back to that later. So we proceed. I'd like to now quickly take a very quick break. After this break, we'll come back for the keynote presentation. For this break, we are going to take a wonderful interlude, and this interlude will be a dance performance. I assure you that you are going to love this dance performance. You will enjoy every moment. This set of young people have taken their time to rehearse. They have put their crafts and acts together, and they are ready to give you a quick moment of entertainment that we serve as our interlude. I'd like to welcome, very respectfully, Slum to stage. Please, can we give them a round of applause as they come to entertain us?
t.
Amayoma, egusi no bodan yo ma. Egusi no bodan yo ma. Amayoma, egusi no bodan yo ma. Amayoma, egusi no bodan yo. Aye yariya, 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 aye yariya. Bake, díẹ̀ lọ́mọ mi fẹ́ jó. 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 Ibẹ̀ ni sàn, ilé ni sàn, ibẹ̀ ni ẹ̀nà wúyọ̀. A land of blessings, a land of progress, a land of beauty. That is Nigeria, make una sing more. A blessing, of progress, of beauty. Hey! Hey! Onye gabwegu. Hey! Ogwome! Hey! Hey! And
Nigeria, good people, great nation. Okay, so I'm just going to watch around the hall again for that clap. Anyone who does not clap will bring the person to dance. So the band should not go too far, just in case someone doesn't clap. One more time, can we clap for them? So some people did not actually clap, but they are the ones with my balance, so no case. We'll just let it go. Yeah. Okay. It's time for our keynote presentation. And it will be for some time. I know that the moment the microphone gets to professors, it's between them and God. But our keynote speaker for today, who's represented by another professor, will, with his discretion, give us a fantastic moment, transfer wealth of wisdom to us within the best of time that he can give to us. I'd like to invite the very special gentleman representing our keynote speaker for today. Let me invite to the microphone, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Benjamin Aluko. Please, can we put our hands together for him?
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. As much as I would want to stand on the existing protocol, I want to crave your indulgence to allow me to acknowledge the presence of a number of VIPs. The point is we are all VIPs, right? But let me just acknowledge the few of us here this morning. I want to specially recognize the presence of Professor Jude Momodu. He's my vice president, not of the SPSP. I also would want to recognize my very good friend, Professor John Tua, also one of our leaders in the society. And I also have here that I feel I must recognize, he's one of my students that have been doing wonderfully well. Mr. Moses Abolade, the Executive Director of PEPNET. I really want to appreciate you. More importantly, I say kudos to Mr. Rafiu Lawa, Executive Director of Building Blocks for Peace Foundation. You see, there is a saying in our Yoruba dialect, if your masquerade is dancing very well, you are greatly excited. Our masquerade, Mr. Rafiu, is dancing very well. And so we say we are proud of him. We are really proud of him. Having done that, I bring greetings to us from my mentor, my teacher, the doyen of peace studies in Africa, Professor Isaac Olawale Abat. I think he deserves a round of applause because we are talking of a man who has done so much in projecting Africa to the rest of the world. You know, I must say that he did all he could to be part of this meeting, but was overpowered, let me put it that way, overpowered by a regional body, you know, and had to surrender to being elsewhere. As we speak, it's in South Africa. As a matter of fact, he was in my office when the conversation was going on, and he kept mounting argument not to be there. But he said he was overpowered and had to be there. I must say he holds the organizers of this event in very high esteem. Let me, at this point, state very clearly that for me, it is a privilege to represent him at this occasion. But the challenge is that I'm wearing shoes that are obviously too large for me to effectively manage. You know, so, but you will just have to pardon me. I'm going to, within my capacity, I will try to navigate my way in the oversized shoes given to me. Now, Albert will be speaking to us, the great Albert will be speaking to us this morning, reimagining peace and security in West Africa, local solutions, regional solidarity, and global partnerships. By way of introduction, the paper is segmented into parts, about 12 parts, but I'll try to present an abridged version of the paper because of our time. I want to begin this lecture by acknowledging the organizers for addressing key issues central to repositioning the West African sub-region for sustainable peace. I hope this gathering will help us identify steps to fill the existing gaps in our security architecture at the local, national, and regional levels. As you all know, the security challenges in the region are severe and multifaceted, characterized by a high number of conflict-related fatalities and incidents concentrated mainly in Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. The region is expressing a sustained asymmetric warfare model with jihadist insurgencies. I mean, Boko Haram, ISIS, and all that, you know, using tactics, including ambushes, roadside bombs, kidnappings, drone and air strikes, and attacks on military civilian targets. The crisis is fueled by fragile state institutions, socio-political volatility, governance failures, weak regional coordination, limited intelligence sharing, and the expansion of criminal terrorist networks. Without credible accountability, mechanisms, and holistic civilian protection strategies, the security situation risks further escalation and regional spillover, deepening instability and humanitarian crisis across West Africa. Addressing security challenges requires a multi-layered approach that involves local solutions, regional solidarity, and global partnership. This integrated strategy reflects the region's complex security landscape, which is characterized by transnational threats, weak governance structures, deep socio-economic divides, and the spillover of conflict across borders. While national governments have traditionally held primary responsibility for peacekeeping and security provision, it is essential to recognize the significant influence of local communities. These communities, affected by various social, cultural, and economic factors, actively influence conflict dynamics and resolutions. This underscores the importance of incorporating local actors into peace-building processes. Similarly, regional bodies, such as ECOWAS, provide complementary platforms for security, for collective security and conflict management that extend beyond national frameworks. Together, local, national, and regional actors form a tripartite system that can better address the security challenges in West Africa, though tensions and gaps remain in coordinating these levels. Now he tries to provide a rationale, for bringing local and regional architects. Given the constraints faced by national authorities, there is growing recognition among scholars and policymakers of the insufficiency of national level interventions as the sole mechanism for managing peace and security. What the Abbott is trying to say in essence is that given the multidimensional nature of the conflict in our region and the lack of capacity on the part of national governments to unilaterally manage the conflict, there is a need for what they call multi-tiered engagement that is encompassing local ownership complemented by national and regional partnership. That needs to be done, and that is the essence of this paper. Now, it tries to bring into bear the reality of capacity constraints in national security architectures. And he says, one of the foremost challenges in national peace and security interventions in West Africa is the pervasive inadequacy of technical and operational capabilities within security forces. Many national armies, police and paramilitary units operate with suboptimal equipment, insufficient training, and limited logistical infrastructure, rendering them ill-prepared to undertake multidimensional peacekeeping and counter-insurgency operations demanded by evolving conflict environment. The sophistication of threats from violent extremism to community-based armed groups requires specialized skills, intelligence capabilities, and rapid development mechanisms that are often lacking in the system. These deficiencies result in inconsistent law enforcement, a reduced deterrence effect on armed actors, and compromised protection of civilian populations. The fragmentation and slow adaptation of security forces further attenuate their effectiveness in complex peak support operations, highlighting critical gaps in national defense and internal security systems. Moreover, political instability within West African states significantly undermines the efficacy of national peace and security interventions. Frequent, unconstitutional seizure of power, political intolerance, and weak democratic institutions foment an environment of uncertainty and mistrust. The entrenchment of patronage systems and elite competition over political and economic resources often fuels conflict and obstruct genuine reconciliation effort. Such elite-driven governance models prioritize regime survival over inclusive governance and equitable resources. And I think that is a very important point. See, rather than deploying resources to protect national interests, and project collective interests, resources are being invested on regime survival, and that is a serious problem. In addition, the entanglement of economic interest, particularly control over national resources, further complicate national efforts to maintain peace and security. The dominance of mineral wealth and resource extraction in conflict dynamics foster economic agendas and influence state capabilities and priorities. Competing functions frequently use control over lucrative assets, such as mines, oil fields, or timber resources, to sustain armed conflict or negotiate for political power. This resource cause dynamic hampers conflict resolution in our system. At the grassroots level, the proliferation of community-based armed groups poses a significant challenge to national peace and security efforts. In regions such as Central Mali and parts of West Africa, local communities have resorted to armed mobilization as a form of self-defense or to assert control amid state absence, inter-communal rivalry, and resource competition. And of course, even in our nation, Nigeria, there are so many ungoverned spaces. And so you find non-state actors coming together, asserting their authority over that territory. It's one of the challenges, and that's why we're having so much crisis in our country today, like I said. So at the grassroots level, in all these countries, these groups often hold local legitimacy, but operate outside former state control, thus, increasing the fragmentation of authority and security provision. The involvement of non-state armed actors in violent episodes transform the conflict landscape, enriching circles of retributive violence and impending national disarmament and reconciliation initiatives. Understanding local mobilization dynamics is essential for contextualized interventions that can address legitimacy and governance deficits at the community level. Local governance structures in many West African settings remain weak, under-resourced, and poorly integrated into national frameworks. These fragilities limit the capacity to deliver essential services such as healthcare, education, and security, increasing vulnerability among populations exposed to violence and instability. Local authorities often lack both legitimacy and functional capability, resulting in governance vacuums that non-state actors or armed groups fill. The migration of displaced persons into fragile urban centers further stains already insufficient infrastructure and social services. These deficiencies underscore the need to enhance local governance as a foundational element of durable peace and security. Enforcing peace and security at the national level is challenged by incomplete or weak legal institutional frameworks. National mechanisms for imposing sanctions, managing conflict mediation processes, and adjudicating breaches are often underdeveloped or inconsistently applied. Furthermore, the political will to uphold regional protocols, such as those against unconstitutional changes of government, is at times lacking, allowing some member states to act with impunity. The neutrality of mediators within national and regional processes is frequently questioned, undermining legitimacy and trust. These gaps in legal infrastructure and operationalization obstruct responses to conflict and reduce the potential of regional instruments to support national peace building effectively. Now, Herbert in this paper tries to raise those emerging security threats requiring local and regional responses. He says the COVID-19 pandemic exposed critical vulnerabilities in national security architectures by amplifying health crisis while simultaneously exacerbating poverty, inequality, and social unrest. Such non-traditional threats necessitate non-military security responses, challenge conventional frameworks that are predominantly focused on kinetic military threats. Simultaneously, climate change acts as a significant stressor, driving rural to urban migration, straining fragile cities with weak governance. These dynamics increase competition over scarce resources, heightening risk of conflict and instability at both local and regional scales. National authorities, constrained by limited capacities, often cannot address these complex and multidimensional challenges alone, calling for integrated local and regional strategies that incorporate diverse stakeholders. Here again, Albert tries to emphasize the importance of local actors to the peace process. Local actors possess intimate knowledge of community dynamics, conflict drivers, and culturally appropriate mechanisms for conflict resolution, making local governance critical for effective peace building. Empowering local authorities and communities fosters legitimacy and resilience, enhancing the responsiveness of security measures to specific contexts. Local involvement is critical, is crucial for addressing grievances, mediating disputes, and promoting trust between populations and authorities. It also reduces the disconnect often observed between national policies and on-the-ground realities, allowing for sustainable peace rooted in community participation rather than externally imposed solutions. And that is why today, all over the world, the issue of community engagement has become a kind of mattress, for promoting peace globally. So, challenges in integrating local actors into national framework. Yeah, but there are challenges, and some of these challenges, we also be very careful of them, according to him. Despite the benefits of local engagement, integrating local actors, particularly armed community groups, into formal national security frameworks poses challenges. Political resistance from centralized authorities may arise to fears of diluting the state monopoly of violence or losing control over security decisions. And of course, today, when you're talking about the state, we talk of the state in terms of monopoly of instruments of violence. But in many nations in Africa, that monopoly has been broken. And so to now come around and begin to incorporate them, becomes a serious challenge. That's what Abad is saying there, right? Furthermore, the presence of armed community creates security dilemmas, as their inclusion could legitimize the non-state use of force, thereby complicating disarmament and demobilization efforts. Institutional barriers and mistrust between local and national levels hamper collaborative frameworks, underscoring the need for carefully designed policies that balance local autonomy with national coherence. We also have the role of civil society and traditional authorities. Civil society organizations and traditional governance institutions play a critical role in promoting peace and security at the local level. Civil society mobilizes community engagement, advocacy, and reconciliation initiatives that complement former state effort. Traditional authorities often wield significant social and moral influence, which can facilitate conflict resolution and social cohesion, especially in areas where state presence is limited or contested. Leveraging these actors within peace-building strategies enhances inclusivity and cultural legitimacy, potentially bridging gaps between local realities and national or regional policies. Because of our time, now he said so much about regional bodies, and so let me just quickly look at what he says about potential for strengthening regional local collaboration, enhancing collaboration between regional organizations, and local peace initiative promises to strengthen the overall security architecture. By supporting community-level peace-building efforts and facilitating multi-level partnership, regional bodies can bridge gaps between national policies and local realities. Building legal frameworks and operational capabilities grounded in the principle of subsidiarity allows more effective burden sharing and tailored interventions. Addressing capacity deficit while fostering participatory approaches that integrate local voices can boost the durability and legitimacy of peace effort across West Africa. And of course, he tried to say a little about lessons learned, from past interventions and future prospects. Experiences from Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Mali offer instructive lessons on the potentials and limits of national peace initiatives. For instance, in Liberia and Sierra Leone, collaboration between United Nations, ECOWAS, and other stakeholders facilitated relatively successful conflict resolution, despite logistical and coordination challenges. Conversely, Mali illustrates how delayed external interventions and limited national capabilities can increase conflict dynamics. These cases emphasize the importance of coordinated multi-stakeholder approaches that combine national efforts with external support while maintaining local legitimacy and context sensitivity. As I go towards the end of the paper, Albert is also saying something about building sustainable peace, which is, his argument in this paper. The need to build sustainable peace through multi-layer engagement. And that is the whole essence of this gathering. You bring as many stakeholders as possible into the peace process because it is a collective responsibility. And he says sustainable peace in West Africa necessitates comprehensive strategies that integrate national, local, and regional actors in a coherent framework. And that is very important, a coherent framework. Because the chances of, all these actors, acting against each interest, is possible. And so it has to be done in a coherent framework. Capacity building effort must target all levels, fostering political will, inclusive governance models, and effective service delivery. Emphasizing multi-sectoral collaboration aligns with the complex nature of conflict, which spans socio-economic and political domains. Synergizing the strength of local communities, national government, and regional bodies under unified peace and security architectures enhances prospects for long-term stability and development. And I think part of what should be our concern at this meeting is how best, that these stakeholders can work together to achieve the desired goal. Because if the framework is not properly mapped out, the chances are just there that they'll be working across purposes. And that is what Albert is emphasizing here, the need for a framework, that will really drive us to where we are going. So by way of conclusion and policy recommendations, as I round up, the key point made by this address is that national interventions in West Africa face significant challenges, including inadequate technical and operational capacities, resource constraints, coupled with dependency on external donors, institutional weaknesses, and political instability. These difficulties are exacerbated by social complexities at the community level, fragile governance systems, and coordination gaps with regional organizations. Emerging non-traditional threats such as pandemics, climate-driven migration, and transnational security risks further strain national capacities and require multifaceted responses. And so to that extent, empowering local governance structures and communities enhances legitimacy, fosters context-specific responses, and promotes the sustainability of peace efforts. Concurrently, strengthening regional frameworks such as ECOWAS and improving collaboration between national and regional actors provide the necessary platforms for collective security and enforcement, support for legal and institutional reforms to clarify rules, that is very important, build capacities, and foster joint ownership will enhance the effectiveness of peace and security interventions across West Africa. Moving forward, as I close, strategic investment in institutional reforms, capacity building, and resource mobilization are imperative. Sustained political commitment at national and regional levels must underscore efforts to promote subsidiarity and collective models of intervention. Integrated peace and security frameworks that balance national sovereignty with local inclusion and regional cooperation can better address the evolving complexities of conflict in West Africa, ultimately fostering durable peace and stability. I rest my case. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so let me just invite Professor Jude Abdul Karim to just help us reflect on this keynote presentation. Please, can we clap for Prof?
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for the keynote. He has really laid the foundation for our discussion here today and tomorrow. There are a lot of issues that I was able to glean from his very erudite presentation. First, he laid out the complexities of the West African region in terms of the security challenges and the governance challenges that the West African region is facing in terms of conflicts, in terms of the activities of non-state armed actors with terrorist ideologies, and how they have been undermining peace and security within the countries within the West African sub-region. He also stressed that the national government have been responding to the complex security challenges within the sub-region, but their efforts proved not to be good enough. 16 years now, Nigerian government has been battling Boko Haram insurgency, which started in 2009. Up till now, we have not been able to defeat Boko Haram. If you also look at some other contexts within the sub-region, you also see that they also have the same challenges. Even in countries that have experienced military coup, you cannot also say that the military guys have also been able to deal with the issue of security challenges. I'm talking about Burkina Faso, talking about Mali also. They're also having their own challenges. So, point being made is that national government have proved not to have the capacity to deal with their own security challenges. Hence, the need for us to now begin to reimagine our peace, to look at other ways, means, and strategies where that we can come up with to be able to address the complex challenges within the West African region. He also pointed out that political instability is a major problem within the West African sub-region. Of course, we have seen leaders who have raped the constitution to extend their tenure in office. We have also seen where leaders have also tried to rig elections so as to ensure that they remain in government. We have also seen in our country, in Nigeria, there has been rumor of a military coup. Whether it is true or not, it's also a challenge for a country like Nigeria that for 20-something years, now 26 years now, we have been practicing democracy, but of recent we heard that there was a coup attempt. So that also signals the point out that Nigeria was also a mesh in this problem we are talking about. It stressed the role of resources as enablers of insecurity within the West African sub-region. Today you see that the non-state armed actors are actively engaged in mining activities, in mining of resources, and that has also been creating a tension in so many places. In Zamfara, in Nigeria, we know the role that bandits have been playing in terms of illegally mining resources, and some other places also. So you talked about the resource cost, which is also plaguing West African countries. And you cannot underplay that fact, because as long as you have resources buried on the ground and the non-state armed actors have the access to mine those resources, they will have what they need to be able to sustain themselves in terms of buying weapons, in terms of financing their illegal activities. So that is a key factor. And the worry is that you have resources and government have not been able to harness those resources to be able to improve the life of its citizens, but you find non-state armed actors harnessing those resources, and mine those resources and using it for their criminal activities. He talked about the vast ungoverned spaces occasioned by decades of misgovernance or bad governance that is everywhere within the African sub-region. And the challenging thing is that these ungoverned spaces are now being alternatively governed by non-state armed actors who are misgoverning those spaces. And that's a very key challenge. You go to Nigeria, you go to Cameroon, you go to Ghana, everywhere you find abundant ungoverned spaces that have not experienced or have not been experiencing the attention of government. And these are the areas that these non-state armed actors are operating. So, and what are they doing there? Some of them are collecting taxes, some of them are also providing semblance of security services to the people. And the unfortunate thing is that even people within those areas who have been deprived of government attention are even loyal to the non-state armed actors. And that's one strategy that ISWAP is using today within the fringes of Lake Chad. And you go there, you find out that people are loyal to the people that you call terrorists. You know, one man, there's a saying that one man terrorist was another man's freedom fighter. So, and that is why, and I think African leaders should begin to reflect on this, that people, citizens of their country, are loyal to non-state armed groups instead of government that were elected. And again, what that brings up is that you also find elections that people don't believe in. People don't trust election. So you find people are though we call them elected leaders, but in the eye of people, people don't see them as elected. Of recent, the woman in what's her name? Maina, what's her name? Also, in Tanzania, she has just been elected and people are on the street saying that we don't want you. And she has only served one term. This is second term. They say we don't want you. So you find that happen. So that is a big challenge to the West African states. We also stress the need that local authorities, though they are doing very well in terms of coming up with peace initiatives within the local space to build peace, but they lack the capacity. Of course, in Nigeria here, we have seen traditional rulers who have come out that they lack the legal backing and the resources for them to be able to efficiently discharge their responsibility. So that is very important. There, he talked about how can their capacity be built, be strengthened so that they'll be able to discharge responsibility. Today, we have farmer-Ada conflict. Farmer-Ada conflict is not new. It has been there for centuries. But we have very efficient local structure those days that were able to nip them to the bud. And you find out when a full animal strays his animal to somebody's field, when it's called upon, he's asked to pay to pay some money, and he pays and what. And but today, the traditional system or structure as well has broken down. You also argue that the COVID-19 era has also exposed the weakness of national security architecture in Nigeria, for instance, and some other West African also. And what it does is that we saw that there was that preparedness was not there to be able to respond to COVID-19 and the security challenges that was associated with COVID-19. And that is what we are still grappling with up to today. So, and if that has exposed the inefficiency of our national security strategy, what must we do? We must find a way to recalibrate our national security strategy so that it can be able to respond to our challenges, post-COVID challenges. Then he, however, warned that integrating local actors. Yes, we know that there are several local initiatives across the West African. I know one in Adamawa that is called Sulu Aleri, Kabara. It has been doing a lot to the extent that in that community, when people have problems, they have a conflict, they have a marital conflict, all kinds of conflict, including criminality, they are taken to the Kabara community and they are resolved. To the extent that police are even referring cases to them. So we have this traditional justice system across the West Africa, but to what extent are we able to harness them so that they can be able to respond to challenges within the local environment? So there are lots of them. Of course, you saw that in Rwanda, when after the genocide, we saw that the court could not handle the avalanche of cases that emanated from the genocide, but they had to dig down. They went to their history and found that they have something that could help local courts, gachacha, and that help in resolving their problem. In South Africa also, you also have the Ubuntu also, that there would have been bloodshed in South Africa because of the decades of the white atrocities. But so the point I'm making is that there are local initiatives, very robust in several communities. But as good as they are, we must also integrating them to national peace architecture must be done with caution. Caution, and we must be very systematic about it. Today we have within the context of countering insurgency or terrorism, we have we have a non-state security group, you have a civilian joint task force, you have hunters, and they are playing very fantastic role, but then they also have their own downside also. So government must make sure that even though it's important that they are integrated, but it must be done with caution and care. He also stressed the need for bridging the gaps between local realities and national realities. Very, very important. You need to bridge the local peace-building initiatives with that of the national, so that they can work side by side to achieve common objective of building peace within countries in the sub-region. He also talks about partnerships and collaboration from different stakeholders, that a country alone cannot guarantee peace. You need to reach out to other countries. 2 weeks ago, somebody was telling me that immediately after the election in Cameroon, that a lot of Cameroonians started pouring into a community in Benue, your state. And that was enough early warning signs, which was not seen, even by the Nigerian government, by WANEP. You understand? They started pouring in because they knew that there was going to be violence. And what followed? We have seen violence following also. So if there has been that collaboration between the Nigerian government and Cameroon, perhaps we would have been able to nip that into the bud. So you also talked about the need to build peace through multi-sectoral engagement, and I think that is very, very important. You need to bring local actors together, national actors from other countries also. Today we have multinational joint task force tackling Boko Haram, and we know what they have been doing in terms of helping to tackle Boko Haram. So that synergy, bringing all these actors together for them to put together their capacities, the resources they have to be able to build peace within the region is very, very key. Finally, advocated for the need to design a peace-building framework, not only in the local area, national, local peace-building framework, national peace-building framework, and the sub-region, or even at the bilateral level, you can design peace-building framework that will help to respond most efficiently to issues of peace and security that challenges the West African countries. Then finally, he talked about strategic investment in institutions in terms of building capacity, in terms of providing everything that's needed to build peace. I also have some things I want to raise also. I think when we are talking about discourses on peace building, whether at the local level, national level, and the regional level, we need to ensure that we prioritize the needs of the youth and women. They must be at the center. And that's why today you see that where you are having problems today, it is the youth who are on the streets, not the aged. The youth are the ones on the street because the youth are their feeling was shortchanged, that the policy of government is not capable of addressing their needs and yearnings. So as we discuss, converse in this 2-day engagement, we must talk about the youth and women. How can we yes, there are policies. There are policies, there are legislation, but we need to make sure that in terms of action, to ensure that the youth are the center of peace-building efforts. The youth must be at the center, because the youth are the ones that are the cannon foders. If you don't engage them and put them at the appropriate places that you have to help to build peace, you are going to have problems. Then the issue of economic empowerment is also very key because of the poor economic governance. There's unemployment, poverty issues today that are what that are the enablers or drivers of insecurity within the West African sub-region. So we must also talk about what the issue of what economic empowerment for the youth in particular. Let me say here that in 2011 we had what we call the Arab Spring, and I think what we're having now it's not the Arab Spring. What we're having now is the Black African Spring. Across Africa, the Black African Spring. And if we don't do something about it, I believe that there will be a lot of problems that will bog down the West Africa. Yes, the Arabs have had their own, but the leaders have not been able to address the concerns raised by the youth. In 2011, and I think it's an African thing. So how do we calibrate responses to be able to address this Black African Spring that what everybody is going through now? If somebody had told you that 2 months ago that there will be a coup in Nigeria, nobody would have believed. But today, Nigeria that spearheaded that was against a coup. Today, we have also had our own fair share of the coup. So it means that the leaders must make sure that they begin to reimagine peace. Not the type of peace that they know, which is about regime protection, but peace, the centrality of peace should be the citizens. The citizens should be the center of peace when we talk about peace. So as I round up, I hope that the issues have been brought forward from the keynote presenter and other issues I've added will help us as we continue to have conversations, to brainstorm on issues that will help us to really reimagine peace. And I think it's very, very important at this point that we begin to reimagine peace. What kind of peace do you desire? What kind of peace is good for Nigeria? What kind of peace do the youth desire? And as I round up, somebody did a study, and in the study, it was on women that were raped by Boko Haram. And they were asking them, what is your conception of justice? What do you understand by justice? They said the justice we want is not what? The court justice. The justice we want is what? We want shelter. That if you take them to court and you send them to jail them for 100 years, it still does not address our own justice. Our own percentage of justice that we must have shelter, our children must be able to go to school, we must have livelihood. So as I end, what kind of peace do we desire? So that as we live here, we'll be able to go without that impression and the belief of the kind of peace that I want. Peace that I want is what? Is social justice. Thank you.
I want to specially and particularly appreciate our primary keynote speaker, Professor Lawali Albert, who was here represented by Professor Benjamin Aluko. Please, can we put our hands together? They came all the way from University of Ibadan, and we especially and sincerely appreciate them. Professor Benjamin Aluko is a guru in peace and conflict resolution across the borders of both the United States of America and the African borders itself. We appreciate you, sir, for coming to represent the man you call your boss and mentor. Thank you. I want to also take our time to appreciate Professor Jude Abdul Karim Momodu Modibo. Please, can we put our hands up for Momdu, sorry. He's from the Modibo Adama University, Yola. I think I got that. Thank you very much for giving us a perfect reflection of the keynote speaker's presentation. I like it when you give microphone to professors very well. Our last speaker, Professor Jude Abdul Karim, he will talk. He will now say, finally. I would think he wants to finish. He will continue again. He will now say, as I end, he will talk again. I will say, maybe we'll finish. He will say, now I will drop the microphone. Oh, God, just talk. That's Professor, yeah. So we'll go for a tea break. But let me quickly explain that. First, I want to appreciate everyone that have picked up the microphone before now for two reasons. First is that it's been a very wonderful moment of impact. We benefited some real wealth of knowledge from both our welcome address to the opening remark, to the goodwill messages, and of course, down to our keynote presentation and the reflection. Second is that everyone kept to time. We're actually back on top of the clock. So everyone kept to time, including all our professors. So we appreciate them. For everyone that have come to the podium today, can we look for a good place in our hearts and clap for them? Can we appreciate them very well? We'll go for tea break, but the explanation is very straight. It's tea break. It's not a pounded yam, just tea, just tea break. But I think we'll take pictures very quickly before we now drive into our tea break. Let me invite our ED first, if you could just stand. Then we invite our keynote speakers for today for the first picture. After that, we'll now take a group photograph. So we take this one, our keynote presenter, just stand with him, and we just take this one first of all. Then everyone will now go aside for pictures. Yes. Everyone that's spoken, okay. Everyone that gave us good message. Professor Judah Bikarim, sir, we need you. Please, ma, if you're a rep from the Netherlands, Kingdom of Netherlands, National President, Society for Peace and Practice, the rep of the embassy. Okay, you can take it. That's fine. So after that, we are just going to use the placard, the design outside the red carpet area to now continue the pictures. We seem to have, okay, sir, yeah, just join the picture. Who else do we have again? Our good message was by, oh, yeah, I think we'll have everyone. No, sir, just to balance the picture, will you come this way? Yeah, anyway, you want to stay, it's fine. Perfect. So take this first picture, and then we'll request everyone to use our very special design outside to take pictures, and feel free to disturb your social media. Everyone should know that we are in WAPSID, that we're in the West African Peace and Security Dialogue. So as you post, you can put the hashtag WAPSID, WAPSED. You can use the hashtag WAPSID as we proceed. So we'll take pictures, and then the pictures will lead us to our tea break. When we come back from the tea break, we will now go for a panel session. And that session will be moderated by Dr. Prince Charles from GPAC, National Coordinator, Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful first session. I'm sure we'll be back from our tea break, and we go into very wonderful panel sessions. Thank you one more time. My name is Chooks, the General, Professional Master of Ceremony, and I'm going to be your host for the whole of the day. I'll see you when we come back from our tea break. Thank you. Peace and security eating. Please, can we clap? They don't like Dr. Ndubisi. Please, can we clap for him? Let him know that we like. Okay. I'd like to also invite I'd like to also invite very respectfully I'd like to also invite very specially AMRAP, IMRAP, Bamako from Mali, especially invite him to join the podium. Executive Director Alassane, please can we put our hands together? He's from Mali. Nigerians, come on. Alassane, yes. Alassane, yes, okay. That was a Mali pronunciation. Now I got it. Alassane, Executive Director Alassane. Thank you very much, sir. Especially welcome you. He came all the way from Mali. Let me invite, very respectfully and specially, Dr. Tim Perry Felix Allison, Executive Director, CORN West Africa, CORN West Africa, Executive Director. Please, can we put our hands together for him as he comes to also join the panel discussion. I'd like to also respectfully invite Dr. Garba Dauda, Director, Center for Democracy and Development, Director of CDD, Dr. Dauda. Please, can we also put our hands together for him? So, just to let Dr. Dauda know that people did not clap for you. I don't think they like you. I don't know. Okay. Oh, okay. They have changed. Okay. I'd like to also respectfully invite former Commissioner for Internal Security, Kaduna State, Mr. Samuel Arowa is here. In my opinion, I think we should clap for him. In my opinion. Okay. Let me now invite respectfully Dr. Bridget Osakwe. Dr. Bridget Osakwe, OneUp Nigeria. Dr. Bridget Osakwe, OneUp Nigeria. That's the only lady on the panel, and they are still not clapping for him. Sorry, Dr. Bridget, ma. I'm very sorry, ma. I want you could you step down a little bit? They have to clap for you. Just, no, ma, I'm the MC. Just step down soon. No, I called her name. Don't waste your clap. I'd like to invite the only lady on the panel, Dr. Bridget Osakwe. Ma, I told you they must clap. If not, they will pay for our tea break. Thank you. And now to moderate this session, a very talented and special gentleman I met a couple of minutes ago. I must say, extremely very special, talented, and set and ready to moderate this panel. Our moderator is a very special gentleman. Met him not too long, and we just aligned. I'd like to, with all due respect, count this as a great privilege and honor to introduce National Coordinator of GPAC Nigeria. GPAC National Coordinator Nigeria, Dr. Prince Charles. So, Dr. Charles, you operate from here, and then we'll take it. Thank you, sir. So I'll be back for question and answer, but for now, the microphone goes to Dr. Prince Charles.
All right. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And again, I hope that we had a good coffee tea break. Thank you for making our time to be part of this great conversation, and trusting that this panel will build from the conversation we've had earlier in the morning. We have very interesting personalities to do, would I use the phrase, justice to the conversation around this first panel. And we're looking at state and emerging dynamics of peace and security challenges in West Africa. Quite interesting that that's the conversation. I recall listening to the opening remarks, and one of the things I keyed out from our partner, big brother, Professor Joseph, and whose paper was delivered, was when he said, the instability in one country can be contagious with other countries. And please, everyone permit me, who's not talking about Trump these days? You know, the Trump 2 tweets. Please forgive me, it would also come here because it's becoming a state dynamics. Who would have thought that a Twitter message can change the entire dynamics of security conversations around our space? And it's good to also listen to Rafiu talk about Dr. Bridget. We've come along. She's all smiles. Thank you, Rafiu, for bringing her out of the hole. And so the last time I saw Arua, he was sending a report to my office. And thank you. And I can tell you this will be pretty much exciting. So please, in no particular order, and I intend to make this quite interesting, I get to ask, there's been growing concern about the impact of state actions, the conduct of state actors on peace and security. And, you know, I listened to Professor Albert's presentation, and he allayed a particular fear some of us have. So I don't think, for those who stay in the Borno axis, taxes are big deals the way we were afraid of January and the new Tinubu tax regime. Because these people have paid taxes to governments they prefer and believe are more loyal to them. I would start with Dr. Bridget. And my question is, what is the problem? Where are state actors getting it wrong? What is the security gap? How come we don't trust state actors anymore? I'm sure you can have mine.
Okay. Hello. Thank you, Dr. Charles. For me, I think I want to start from where you stopped, about the trust deficit that exists in this country. And taking it to the issue of Trump, I saw a video that is going around the WhatsApp. Trump don't land is the video. How many of you saw it? You saw the commotion. People just hearing that Trump don't land started running here and there. Some people abandoned their vehicles, some people abandoned their bikes. What does that tell us? Fear. That tells us that we do not trust our security architecture. If not, if I am in my father's house and you tell me that Trump don't land, I will say I am in my father's house and that he should come. But people just mere hearing that Trump has come, people started running helter-skelter. And then, what is responsible for this trust deficit? When I started this peace work about 20-something years ago, we had the definitions of conflict and conflict resolution. One of it was that resource-based conflicts are easier to manage. But today, we know that resources is behind a lot of the conflicts that are happening. And I made a target from Baga to Zamfara. The issue of mining. And when you look at the recent accusation and counter accusations that are going on from government people, from political leaders. How can we trust them? How can we trust the peace architecture? And we will go into the conversation of other emerging trends. But I want to hinge on this issue of the resources and the mining of our resources in Nigeria.
I'm Joshua Biam. I'm representing Dr. Ndubuisi Okolo, Managing Partner Next Year. And I want to say that most of our issues now, we have to start from disinformation and misinformation that is existent, because while we're actually trying to address the situation on ground in terms of insecurity, but there is that level of disinformation that still exists where I'll make reference to a recent session that we had at the military headquarters, where in as much as we're actually trying to look at the security situation and address it, there is that level of disinformation that counters whatever action that is being done both by the militaries, CSOs, and other groups. So if there is that level of transparency, at the very least we can start from there. But I also know that the threats that we're actually experiencing in the form of violent extremism and all of that is actually increasingly transforming when you see the way the conflict actors or the insurgents the insurgents are actually making use of IEDs and all the other. So it's constantly evolving, and there's that need to actually also evolve with it. But so to a great extent, we're not moving as fast as these actors are moving. So there's a need to actually also catch up, if I could say that. Yeah, thank you.
What's the security architecture in Mali, especially given this democratic conversation that has been, of course, thrown away by our new allies in Francophone West Africa? Thank you.
OK. Merci beaucoup, Prince, pour la question. Merci à l'Auguste Assemblée qui nous écoute. Il est bon de changer des fois, hein, parce que depuis le matin, on est en train de parler qu'en anglais. Donc, il est bon d'avoir un intervenant en français pour quand même montrer la diversité qu'il y a en Afrique de l'Ouest. Parce que c'est ça aussi une des forces de notre sous-région. Donc, pour répondre à la question concernant l'aspect ou le contexte sécuritaire au Mali comparativement à tout ce qui est avancé comme argument démocratique, il est bon de savoir quand même que les régimes militaires se sont nourris de l'insécurité. Parce que la raison d'être d'un militaire, c'est de pouvoir contrer l'insécurité, mettre les populations à l'abri de tout ce qui est là comme banditisme, comme insécurité, etc., etc. Donc, si les régimes civils dits démocratiques peinent à assurer la sécurité des populations, les militaires vont se voir interpellés. C'est une question d'interprétation. Donc, en se voyant interpellés, ils ne peuvent que faire des coups d'État. Donc, une fois que les coups d'État sont faits, ils sont obligés de garder le pouvoir. Et en ce moment, ils doivent pouvoir gérer en tout cas, le vide ou combler le vide qu'a laissé en tout cas le régime dit démocratique. Mais c'est à nous de faire énormément attention parce que un régime militaire, quel qu'il soit, s'il respecte en tout cas les droits humains, autrement dit la être des populations, je pense que nous devons penser à comment essayer de soutenir ce régime-là. Je ne dis pas qu'il faut forcément un coup d'État pour pouvoir assurer la sécurité des populations, mais seulement, une fois que c'est fait, nous devons réfléchir. Pourquoi c'est fait? Quelles sont les causes qui ont amené ce coup d'État-là? Et quelles sont les différentes solutions que nous pouvons trouver de façon collégiale? Et je pense qu'au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, nous devons réfléchir de façon collaborative à pouvoir solutionner les problèmes de l'insécurité au Mali, au Burkina Faso et au Niger. Parce que nous ne sommes pas sans savoir que cette insécurité s'étend de plus en plus vers le Bénin, le Togo et même au Nigeria ici, avec la tentative de coup d'État qui a échoué. Ici, c'est illustrant. Ça veut dire que c'est à la société de faire attention à ce niveau-là. Donc, moi, je dirais que la situation sécuritaire au Mali, en tout cas, est caractérisée par l'augmentation de la violence extrémiste et qui se traduit, en tout cas, par une intensification des représailles militaires également. Mais également, il y a des défis politiques par rapport à la transition militaire, parce que les hommes politiques ne sont pas du tout d'accord avec la prolongation du régime militaire. Donc ça, c'est entre gouvernants. Nous, au niveau de la société civile, nous travaillons de manière à pouvoir amenuiser les peines des communautés. Donc, mais ces défis sécuritaires ont augmenté quand même la crise humanitaire.
D'accord.
Voilà.
D'accord.
Et également, ça a créé quand même pas mal de déplacés internes.
Oui.
Merci beaucoup.
D'accord. For those of you who don't speak French, that's why we will enroll in French classes. But I will get back to some of the conversations. He's made very valid points. So that we move ahead. One of the conversations that are deepening, and I agree that whether it's Dr. Bridget, whether it's Arua, who comes with very government experience, is that across West Africa, there is the deficit in terms of socioeconomic development. So people, I take the Nigerian experience, people provide hospitals for themselves, you build a house, you get your gate man, you buy a dog, you build your house, you get a generator for lights. I mean, you marry a wife, you get a side chick. You just have to, you are complementing everything in the society. And you're beginning to ask, what does government do? And when you look at it vis-a-vis the conversation of state and emerging dynamics, so it's not about whether the minimum wage is increased. People are finding livelihood difficult. What are your thoughts?
Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am Dengiefa Angalapo. I'm a research analyst with the Center for Democracy and Development. So I am not Dr. Dauda Garba. Dr. Dauda Garba is my boss. Yes, so I mean, congratulations to Building Blocks of Peace for convening this platform and all the partners that supported this. It's a very great platform. And it's very, very symbolic that it is holding in Nigeria. Before I delve straight to the question, from 2014, if you've been observing conflict dynamics in West Africa, And I have done that for the past 4 years at the Center for Democracy and Development, publishing what we call the West Africa Security Tracker. You will realize that 4 countries, all we are discussing about insecurity here, I mean, there is no perfect peace anywhere, but 4 countries are actually the major problem. So you have Nigeria, at least, contributing to almost over 40% of all of the fatalities and incidences across West Africa. You have Burkina Faso, you have Niger, you have Mali. So you have some other countries like Cape Verde that sometimes you even wonder. I mean, you hear very little stories. Highest you will hear is protests. And I'm talking from ACLED data, so if you monitor ACLED data. You have Senegal and all that. So it is these 4 countries we're talking about. And then when we talk about conferences like this, it is very, very timely. While we will paint the West Africa situation as being very, very bleak, you know, we seem to forget that it is 4 countries. And then it is, for me, the worrying part of the conflict, it is not even the fatalities or the incidences. It is the fact that gradually it is now moving. So you can see how it is moving to coastal West Africa. So you have issues now in Ghana, you have issues now in Benin Republic, and it is moving. And my fear exactly is how it is moving. At the cross of the issue, there are basic issues of governance. Whether you talk about the Boko Haram in Nigeria, you talk about JNIM in the Sahel and all of that, there are basic issues of governance. The lack of a good justice system, the provision of amenities, they are basic issues of governance. Now, the keynote speaker made some very, very vital points that I think I will need to amplify. It's a very, very big panel, so I will amplify and then allow others to come on board. It is not just the insecurity in the Sahel this time, I mean in West Africa this time. The response to insecurity have also created further insecurity. So for example, Nigeria is now, we have several kinds of militia group and vigilantes that have also, worsened the security situation in the country. So in Burkina, you have the volunteer force, and all of that. So while dealing with the non-state actors like terrorist actors, bandits, and all of that, we are also dealing with, the response systems to insecurity. So for example, if you are de-radicalizing or you are trying to, bring back peace to West Africa, you also have to deal with the people that you have radicalized to fight insecurity in West Africa. So it's a fundamental challenge. But just to pass it on, and come later to discuss further, 2 key issues that we must interrogate when we talk about insecurity in West Africa. Those are the issues of proliferation of arms and drugs. All of the cleavages, all of the fault lines that we are talking about did not begin today. Nigeria did not certainly become multi-ethnic today. The religious crisis in Nigeria did not certainly become today. Poverty in Nigeria did not start today. But what has changed? We now have more guns. We now have more drugs. So we must deal with these issues for insecurity, to nosedive in Nigeria.
All right, I'll be intentional with you, opener, and borrowing from what he says. So we have, it's been lots of name changes from the National Committee on Small Arms and Light Arms, and to find we have a full-fledged agency and parastatal for that. And so it will be safe to say that if you look at our population, depending on the figures you're working with, 200 million and counting, you have somewhere around 50 million different kinds of small arms and ammunition in circulation. And that's scary. The next question I want to pose while we hold on to the other question. Is our democracy weak? Is it failing? Are we really democratic? Given that after this conversation, I have to join the APC. It's the trending party. Everybody is in APC. I don't want to be left out. So is it that our democracy is weak? Is it that it's failing? Is it also a conversation around nomenclatures? People say when you say the ruling party and you say the opposition, there's a conflict in semantics. So the opposition will oppose and the ruling party will rule. Are we democratic? What's the conversation and who's failing?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm representing Dr. Timi from Conflict Research West Africa. Looking at the question from is it failing? Do we have democracy? I think what is failing is governance. So we have governance deficit. When there is governance, there are things that are supposed to be working. So whether you call it a democratic system or non-democratic system, what people want is governance. They want development, they want governance. So we are not seeing that happen. So it's another discussion to say whether Nigeria is a democratic country or not. Of course, it can be said to be democratic because we have regular elections. But again, if you interrogate further, do we really have elections or selections? These are, if you keep interrogating it backward, you get to a point that you get confused. But so I don't want to go into the conversation about are we democratic, is democracy failing? But I want to look at governance. So a lot of people in Nigeria are not seeing governance. There's misgovernance at all levels, the local level, the state level, at the national level. There's misgovernance. For instance, if you look at the rule of law, which is one of the standpoints of governance, you find out that a lot of things are being stretched, Even a common election. In Nigeria today, it is the court that decide who the winner is. It's not even the ballot box. So if you look at education system, if you look at the health system at the grassroots, how many people have access to health care? How many people have access to basic education? You find out that it's still very, very, very low. In talking about security, of course, you and I know that Nigeria is in the global conversation now around security. Just the basic responsibility to protect Nigeria. That's what we are discussing. Basic responsibility of a government is to protect its citizens. Now we cannot protect the citizens, and now it takes America to bring it up, and now everywhere is discussing. If you look at the Facebook page of the Nigerian Army, since that declaration, every day they are showing how many camps they have bombed. They have, they are trying to demonstrate activity. So when you look at governance, sometimes you could say there's no governance, but eventually, because there are systems and people are there, you could say there's governance. But I think there's a lot of misgovernance happening all over the place, and people are not feeling included. Like Nigeria population has more of youth, and many youths are feeling excluded from the conversation. They are seeing the lifestyle of the elderly people. They are seeing corruption, and that is one of the things that makes them vulnerable to be recruited into violent group. So I wish there will be governance, and then many of these architecture of violence will be dismantled. Thank you.
You wish there
will be. I wish there would be
governance. And quite interesting. I'll be sure that this was not planned, okay? I'm not taking it personal. So, but it's good. You were not commissioner, you were point. Can I have this function? All right? So, you were not just commissioner at that, commissioner for internal. So, good.
No, at all.
Can we all hear my voice? Yes. We can all hear my voice. I said, it wasn't intentional, but here we are. And so you had the privilege of, at some point in time, being Commissioner for Internal Security. And it just takes us to that question. Dr. Bridget talked about trust deficits. Obina is talking about governance not even being there. He gave statistics about the number of arms and ammunition. Our brother from Mali talked about the security architecture in Mali and how it's changed. And we can be actually talking democracy in Mali, and which makes it tougher. And Joshua also laid the footwork. So this is the question. Yesterday into today, the DSS released a long press, she's shaking her head already, and telling us what we didn't know was happening or should have known was happening all that while. Did you have that experience where you need to nudge people, all right? In my house where I live, I have a big security battalion, big dogs, so I write beware of dogs. I trust them more than I trust the other security. People have put their security in their hands. But this is where the fear is. If you traveled from Abuja to Jos or Kaduna to Jos, I'm beginning to lose count of the kind of uniforms I see. I see National Association of Hunters, Hunters Association of Nigeria, Mobile Police, Operation Safe Haven, Operation Zaki, all kinds of operations. But here it is. Because of the trust deficit, with a population hitting the 250 million mark, we have less than 1 million combined security architecture, police, civil defense, and all those hunters. Where does the solution lie? Given, and this is where it's tough, given that we play Big Brother West Africa and by extension Africa, if Nigeria hots, we probably will overrun our neighboring ECOWAS states. And that's why we have this WAPSID conversation. If we sneeze, there will be Qatar in Mali, and pretend you didn't hear that. There will be Qatar in other West African neighbors. What was your experience like?
Okay, well, from the presentation of the key presentation and also the reflections that we had here, I believe the key point is very simple. What is required to solve all our problems is basically leadership. In 1983, Chinua Achebe, in his famous The Trouble with Nigeria, he said it is about leadership. And if you look at the issues that are responsible for the instability that we are presently experiencing across the West African sub-region and beyond, you will quite agree with me that it is entirely leadership problem. Now let me give you an example. Before the Nigerian Civil War, the rank and file of Nigerian Army was less than 50,000 or thereabout, less than 50,000. But in the course of pursuing the Civil War from 1967 to 1970, we ended the war with almost 250,000 boots on the ground. And look at the population at that time. Look at the challenges. But today, if you look at the combat arms of the Nigerian Army, see the infantry and the armor corps, we have less than 60 or 70,000 combat-ready men that can pursue our challenges. If you also look at the police force, the police is mainly providing security services to VIPs. I give an example of Kaduna when I was commissioner. I was commissioner of security for Kaduna for about 6 years. Now, our requirement at that time, going by the dynamics of the problem that we are facing, probably maybe we need about 25,000 policemen. But we have about 11,000 policemen. Now look at the banks. Look at those that are doing escorts. Look at those that are manning industries and other businesses. So at the end of the day, the police headquarters also required policemen for admin purposes and what have you. So what do you have for internal security is about 2,000 to 3,000. Look at Benungwari, that was twice bigger than Lagos, because Benungwari is over 6,000 square kilometers. And at a point in time, there's only one single divisional police headquarters in Benungwari. So how do you confront these issues? How do you manage this? At a point in time on Kaduna Abuja Road, you have less than maybe 100 combined police and troops that are there. So how do you sufficiently secure? How do you sufficiently provide security? It's very difficult. So if you look at countries like US, in America, a country with almost the same population with us, they have about 1.5 active troops. 1.5. But put all together, you said it here, we have less than 1 million security. The number is grossly inadequate. But to come back to the issue of governance, our politics is very expensive. If you want to be a governor of a state, you need to spend billions. It has become an enterprise. People will have to come in and invest. And when the business mature, meaning when you are elected, contracts, appointment, and whatever you are going to do must reflect how to recoup the capital. And very little is left, for governance to address the needs of the people. And that is why we will continue to have problems. So if you look at the entire West African sub-region with Nigeria as a case study, there is a point in time that we never had an opportunity to address our problem. Look at Boko Haram. How did it start? Boko Haram started around 1998, 1999. But the high point of Boko Haram that we witnessed was in July 2009. So if we are taking action 10 years before that point in time, definitely we will have nipped in the bud the threats. You also look at Metetsini. Metetsini was a threat, insignificant threat as it was at that point in time. The emir of Kano, Muhammadu Sanusi I, he deported Metetsini. But when he was dethroned, Metetsini sneaked back into Kano. The rest is history as to what happened. So the long and short of what I'm trying to say here, like I said, the key presentation and the reflections have said everything. Solutions to our problems in the West African sub-region is leadership. Let's have a responsible leadership. Let's have a leadership that people will trust. Now you can begin to see the problem. JNIM last week claimed responsibility for an attack along the Kwara, Niger corridor. You can also look at what the Lakurawas are doing, coming from the KB Sokoto corridor, and they are coming in. You also have to look at what is doing as well. They are also penetrating. They are also coming in. And there is also something that we need to address it. Before now, the issue of ISIS is about maybe sending money to terrorists. But terrorists, these groups have now devised a means of generating money within, knowing the fact that the IFF, is effective, where there's a lot of blockage. But now what do? They tax, they are engaging in mining, and they are indoctrinating people who are also donating money, to the cause of the terrorism. So you can see that the issue of logistics is a settled issue as far as the terrorists are concerned. Yes, funding is there, but they have a mechanism of sourcing funding within the rank and file of the terrorists. So it's important that we address this issue of leadership. You can't give what you don't have. You can't have a situation where criminals are the ones that are running the affairs of the state. I will give an example. The ongoing about genocide in Nigeria is revealing a lot of hypocrisy in our country. We have people who were active opponents of this government. We have people who said all sorts of things, who have gone to America, who have done so much, revealing the weaknesses, revealing how those that are now managing the affairs of this country should not even get close to the throne. And the same people were the ones that were pushing fire, exposing a lot of things to the Americans. Eventually, it is the same element that have been contracted, to convince the Americans that this position of yours is actually faulty. Then Nigeria is a joke. And if you listen to what Ruben Abati said, he was suggesting that, look, we need to raise a think tank. We need to have a cohesive narrative. The issue of engaging Trump or engaging America is not a job for the boys' affair. And he went further to say that there are quite a lot of things about America we don't understand. As someone who had worked in the security cycle, and I have a little idea about how the Americans operate, there's what the Americans call post-intelligence verification. For every information, they will go as far as they can to any breadth and length to understand, the genuineness of that very information. So it is not about whether Christians are killed or Muslims are killed. The fact is Nigerians are killed. Government supposed to education. The responsibility of government, number one responsibility, is to protect life and property. And we are not living in Banana Republic where it is survival of the fittest. The essence of government is to ensure that there is law and order. So, by a way of conclusion, leadership is the solution to our challenges.
Thank you so very much. You caught me off there when you had talked about post-information verification. We're all largely Nigerians and West Africans and by extension Africans. While I was growing up, and I think it applies to a lot of us, one of the things I never could post-verify was that intelligent people wear glasses. I just don't know how. So, Rafi, when will you start wearing glasses? Huh? I never had a prof who didn't have a glass on. So, they see things we don't see. And that's the essence of these panelists have been post-informatively verified. They know things some of us don't know. And it takes me to Dr. Bridget. You've driven this peace conversation for 2 decades plus and counting. And our paths have crossed across WANEP. And it's good we're talking West Africa. All looks like the more you look, the less you see. In the last 3 years, and Honorable Commissioner would agree with me, systematically, the corridors around the Abuja-Kaduna seems to have gone quiet. And then you've seen Zamfara wake up. And then we sell gold that nobody is seeing the gold. It's not in the balance of sheets. We just know that we are selling gold. And it becomes interesting when we hear conversations like, the Americans are interested in our resources. And some of us who have gone to primary school, even though at night, we begin to ask the question, they are giving you aid. They are giving you weapons. If they wanted these resources, they would go after it. And of course, we do agree that there's a semblance of a lot of politics. But when humanity and human life is the conversation, we throw politics away. And this is my question. In the light of this, the dynamics of peace, it seems to have changed. We're not even discussing armed robbery anymore. But we're discussing, and I'm using this intentionally because he had mentioned several corridors, the brutality of these killings. And I know we might not want to talk about it. And the reason I'm asking you this question, ma'am, is your generation and mine were phasing out. Could you kindly put us through the trauma of these scenarios on the West African states? Trauma.
Okay. Thank you so much. And trauma is one of the things that I want to talk about. And without I have seen the agenda. Tomorrow we will be discussing women, youth, peace, and security. But I have taken the liberty to look at the emerging issue from the perspective of increase. And I want to take a lead because I have limited time on the increase of the involvement of women in these issues. And to talk about, there's nothing new that we're hearing. When I got the invitation, if not for Lawa, I said there's nothing new that we're going to hear from here today. But it is important that we keep talking and that we make plans like we will do tomorrow and then begin to hold ourselves accountable for those plans that we make. However, if I start from that trauma, I have put down the circle of invisibility that has happened. And why I decided to take the emerging issue from the perspective of women is that initially from our age, we used to think that women are victims of conflict, of armed conflict. But in recent times, from hindsight, women are active perpetrators in arms dealing, in the West African corridor, arms keeping, arms trading, even in the illicit drug movement, women are active, increasingly active, which is an emerging issue. There's a research that we just concluded that shows the involvement of women, increasing involvement of women. And even as instigators, because when we, as a woman and a women's rights activist, when we argue often, is how women are victims, how they must be included, which I still support. However, in looking at it from the issue perspective of emerging issues, we must begin to look at those nuances behind the wall. And then, what is the role that is not being extrailed? In conflict resolution, we are looking at those remote causes and remote answers. Are you looking at these roles and the instigators? And the trauma, where I will end with it, is that there are models of peace architectures that are going on. When your first question is talking about peace, states and institutions, some states in Nigeria and in some West African countries have peace architectures that they design either because of pressure from donors to have a structure, or they deliberately do that. But there's one in Nigeria that I want to use as an example, the Plateau State Peace Building Agency. It's an example. It was designed as, luckily you're from, it was designed as an agency for conflict resolution. But what it's doing currently is taking it beyond that government institution interventions. I don't work for them, I'm not speaking with them, but I'm using them as a good example of an institution that is transcending and intervening in these issues in the ways that reflects these local solutions that we're talking about. And for me, it's emerging. And I am a bit saddened for those who are from Boronu here. When the Boronu model was introduced, we were at International Alert presentation. When the Boronu model was introduced, I was particularly excited. But today, I can't say so because of what is happening. And we saw how women were used or are being used in the Boronu model. Again, tomorrow, I hope that those issues will come up. And then they talk about reintegration, telling people, okay, now there's no conflict in Bauchi, for instance. People should go back to their communities. How? To what? To where? Is it the burnt houses, the ashes, no farms, no? Hello? And then they came back and said they are doing rehabilitation, everything, and began to pay a lot of support to the, what did they call them? Repentant people. When we did a study with ICCR of the Dutch government about rehabilitation of ex-Boko Haram. So I asked a question. Now that I asked Professor Tar, I said, now that you are paying so much to support repentant, so the victims, how are you supporting them? Oh, we are doing that. I didn't get any concrete this thing. And that is why I am paid by the Victim Support Fund that was provided by General T.Y. Danjuma. What happened to it? We have a lot of questions to ask.
Thank you so very much, ma'am.
May I end with the issue of trauma. The circle of invisibility helps to sustain the conflict cycle. Once trauma is not properly healed, what happens is that my grievances, I find a way of expressing them. There's a young girl, Nana, in Boronu, whose brother's friend came to the house to wipe their family. She's 14, and said that the father, the mother, everybody the boy came. She knows the boy. And now the boy is a repentant Boko Haram. And so I asked Nana, what do you do now? He said that the remaining brother that ran away, are planning a revenge any day they grow up to also wipe away the family of the other person. And because they are not healed. And so we are designing something to heal that kind of a family. If those families are not healed, the circle of armed conflict continues. Thank you, President.
Thank you so very much. These, and again, permit me, we can't overflog this. Thank you to the organizers, BB for Peace, IP, SCR, LAC, GPAC, SPSP, and support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Netherlands. We can't say thank you enough. One of the key things I picked from her conversation, and I keep saying to people, is talk shops are very important. We keep talking. We can never underestimate our voices. If not, your history will change, and you would hear your story and begin to doubt yourself. Moving forward, and she talked about the circle of invisibility. You know, when we talk about things that happen in Zamfara, so I'll give you statistics. When we talk about genocide or genocidal conversations, 98.99 thereabout percentage of those in Benue are Christians. The few percentage of Muslims are those who stay in urban cities. And so when villages are raided, Christians are killed. They're not just killed, they are brutally murdered. When you pick Zamfara, it's 98-99% Muslims. I don't use the word villages. Communities are raided. Pregnant women are raped, husbands shot. We understand this. It's not about fate. It's about Nigerians losing confidence. And when we talk about statistics, it becomes even more scary. And that's one thing I like about my brother from CDD. The truth about this is, so Nigerians have a little about 400 active policemen and women, 400,000. If you do the maths according to local governments, you would have 776 local governments. It means each local government will get somewhere around 400 policemen for a whole local government. If you give the chairman of the local government 10, and you give the richest person and a few people 10, 10, 10, and like you said, look at some of the sizes of the local government. Maybe if you take a local government in Ibadan, or you take a local government in Niger State, there are places that are totally not necessarily under-policed. They actually don't even have police. These are the tough conversations when you talk about emerging security threats. So this takes me to you, sir, Joshua. Especially given that I don't need a soothsayer to say you're pretty much in that YPS conversation. What is missing? Because we keep talking about leadership, and our leadership doesn't fall from the moon or the skies. You know? What's missing? Is it a people's manifesto? We have these architectures everywhere. What's missing? And this time we're talking about solutions. What's missing?
All right, thank you for that question. So, first of all, I would start by saying that, you know, whenever I talk about democracy, and because we need a democracy for us to have good leaders and all of that, but as Oseni Rufai would say on Arise, he questions if we actually have democracy or a demonstration of grace. But to be honest, I feel like there are certain indices that we're actually lacking that has actually created a chain effect that has affected every other thing. And when you think of elections and all of that, while we understand that we have not been at our best in terms of the indices of election, when you see, okay, maybe there are polls that would project that this person is, but then in Nigeria, those polls are never in tandem with what actually happens. But when you look at developed countries, you'd see some level of tally with that. So I still feel that without the proper leadership in place that identifies that these are the certain areas that need attention. Because when you look at the security architecture, and as you mentioned, the underfunding or the low level of policing that we have, that in itself tells you that we're actually looking in the wrong direction. Because if you have the best of us, or most people not being, or a good number of people not being part of the security architecture, or people resorting to self-help, you know that it's only a recipe for disaster. Because we have how many policemen? And most of them are attached to VIPs and all of that. But then the places that need this policing is lacking. Like, it's grossly lacking. So the problem is from the identification that, look, we have this security problem. We have this issue at this point. Shouldn't the funding go into recruitment, proper funding of this security architecture and all of that? So if there's that attention in the first place, I feel that is a step in the right direction, and every brick falls into place from there. And I also wanted to make mention of the fact that when you look at the illegal mining in Zamfara, you made mention sometime about the shift from the corridors of Abuja, Kaduna, but we're looking at illegal mining in Zamfara now. And I can tell you that the illegal mining, from what we have, our organization, or generally, I think that's some level of general knowledge at this point, that illegal mining is actively fueling conflict and insecurity that has not just affected Nigeria, but the region as well. When you look at the Islamic State and the JNIM, well, you would actually look at the links that are directly connected to the proceeds from these illegal mining activities that are directly funding them. So to a great extent, someone like the Zamfara state governor would actually tell you that, oh, okay, there's so much that he can do as a governor to actually curb or address this situation. So if we're actually looking at it, this is where state policing and the whole conversation about state policing comes in. Do we think that given the governors this level of leeway to actually enforce the rules, and go after the illegal miners and insecurity in the state, would that make a difference? So I believe the conversation should go towards that idea of state policing to a great extent and see how effective. We have tried the other side. So do you think addressing state policing or looking at state policing now could be a remedy to curbing the situation that we have on ground now? So I think that is something we should look at.
Thank you so very much. And before I shoot our friend from Mali, let me quickly say this in English. So we see that China has also entered the fray in this diplomatic Trump arrangement. And for those of you who know the politics of Francophone West Africa, you will know what has happened between France and the Russian entry. And so you understand the dynamics. And you've just talked about state police. So, mon ami, avec la sécurité de Mali et l'absence de cadre de regional architecture, maintenant avec le spaces, avec quelle situation le Mali? I mean, basically, leaving ECOWAS and avec le space, what's the context? Would you say Mali is safer?
Oui, merci Prince. Je pense que je vais dire que le Mali est secure parce que ses frères l'ont abandonné, si je peux parler ainsi. Afrique de l'Ouest, normalement, ça doit être un ensemble. Mais vous ne pouvez pas imposer des solutions importées alors que à côté, il y a des solutions endogènes au problème. Voilà pourquoi nous parlons de réinventer la paix et la sécurité. Parce que quand c'est l'étranger qui assure votre sécurité en vous imposant une certaine condition auquel vous devez vous soumettre absolument et rester voir, ça c'est difficile. Donc, pour moi, avec l'absence du cadre régional, le pays a pris à bras le corps sa propre destinée en termes de sécurité. Toi-même, tu as eu à le dire au cours de ton intervention que les populations ont pris leur sécurité en main, quelque part. Et cela va de soi. Quand l'État faillit, les populations doivent s'assumer. Donc, pour moi, je pense que quand bien même que la sécurité est une question sous-régionale et transversale d'ailleurs, à tout point de vue, si les autres essaient de ne pas comprendre, c'est là où ça ne marche pas. Parce qu'il faudrait comprendre ce qui se passe à l'intérieur pour pouvoir apporter des solutions ou suggérer, en tout cas, des recommandations. Merci.
Grand merci. All right, we're doing very quick fire. So, my question, and these are my thoughts, and let's dwell on from the departure from Mali. When we talk about emerging state peace and security questions, she talked about the architecture, whether it's peace building agency in Plateau, which I'm proud of, or it's the State Commission Peace, which Kaduna has, which has, I don't know what's happening now. Taraba has also tried to do. Adamawa has copied. Ebonyi is also doing. But away from this non-kinetic architecture, people are asking, do we need to amorticulize our security structure? Given that when you look at a country as big as America, you have the NYPD, LAPD, PPPD, including my PD itself. So everybody, I mean, universities even have their own peculiar security structure. Is Nigeria not and West Africa not becoming too big, that we need to now localize security itself. And this is against the backdrop that people are beginning to complain. So hitherto, we used to have a situation where, say in Oyo State, you post a policeman as commissioner who doesn't speak Yoruba, doesn't even understand Ibadan, doesn't understand the entire Oyo State, and he's the charge d'affaires for police issues. He doesn't understand the culture, the people, the way of life, and all that. Is that also, in your view, part of the problem? Is it a solution? What is it to you?
Yeah, so that's very interesting, and I'll go straight to the solutions, now that we are trying to round up. And, when you talk about state security architecture, it is both a solution and also a problem, depending on how you look at it. I mean, in any way in Nigeria, all of the vigilantes that you see, all of the very informal security architectures like the Amoteco and all of that in Nigeria, it's already happening. So you can say state security architectures are, already in place. It just needs just that formal loop. So it's a challenge. People will say it has also helped to reduce insecurity to an extent, but it is also a challenge. Don't forget the issue with Agune Shemba, for example, in Anambra State, the issue with the core member. We also saw the role in the by-election of how they were used to oppress opposition parties, because we monitor that election. But going straight to the solution, I would look at it from a regional level and also at a country level. First, for regional bodies like ECOWAS and the Alliance of the Sahelian State, for the purposes of security in West Africa, we need to collaborate together. I think that we need to see West Africa as a country. After all, the boundaries that we have are really very artificial. If you go to the northern part of Nigeria, especially the part that in Katsina State and other places that shares boundary with the Maradi region in Niger, you will see that basically you can basically see one house in Niger and see the other house in Nigeria. So it means we need to collaborate together. ECOWAS had framework, basically. We had the ECOWAS standby force that has never been put to use. The only time we wanted to put that standby force to use was when there was a military coup, and then Nigeria threatened to invade. And I'm wondering, with all of the terrorist attacks that we're having, we did not put that ECOWAS standby force in use. Even the multinational joint task force, as you may know, does not really. Most of the countries are not there. West African countries are not there. It means that we need that to be in place. The second one is the ECOWAS Protocol on Small Arms Convention. We need to go back to it, interrogate it, and see how it works for us. Nigeria has a National Small Arms, commission now, right? Let's see how that works to, do that. The other one again is the ECO one. We have the ECOWAS early warning system that we need to really see how, it works to meet our purpose. The other one is non-kinetic measures, and we've talked about issues like defector programs, like Operation Safe Corridor and Bruno model. I have served as a member of the advisory committee for Operation Safe Corridor for 3 years now, so I know how complex that challenge is. I think that civil society organizations, we need to interrogate the program the more. There's a lot of disinformation about it. There's a lot of, discussions around it, but we need to come closer and interrogate the program the more. And I will just, highlight it so that people get to know the knowledge about, more knowledge about it. So 75% of of Boko Haram fighters are forcefully conscripted. So imagine you're traveling to Borno State, you're kidnapped, for example, in Yobe or Adamawa. You are now forced into Boko Haram. There is a military action. You are now rescued, So the state has failed you in the first place for you to be in the hands of Boko Haram. Then you are now rescued. And then somebody will now tell you to face justice for terrorism. Meanwhile, it was not your fault. The state failed you in the first place. So in many cases, Operation Safe Corridor classifies these people into three. We have the high-risk fighters, the middle-risk fighters, and the low-risk fighters. The low-risk fighters are basically people that are forcefully conscripted. But again, there is a problem of crisis communication where the program itself has not been able to communicate to Nigerians what it does exactly. So there's a lot of disinformation about it. They are paying perpetrators. a lot could improve about the program, but we need to study it more as civil society organizations to understand it. The other one is the use of emerging technologies. So terrorists are now using drones. There's a lot of disinformation. They use TikTok and all of that. And military operations are always playing the catch-up game. So terrorists are on TikTok before you're on TikTok. Terrorists go to Telegram before you're on Telegram. No, you have to be a step ahead of the game for you to, to battle these terrorist groups. And I think that is what is missing. We are too reactive rather than being proactive. Just to have inch on the point on the youth, we need to involve youth. There's a lot about youth peace and security. That for me, really, it's more on paper than than concrete, concrete occurrences. Now, when we talk about youth peace and security, ECOWAS will say we are involving the youth. The AU will say we are involving the youth. And I'm saying, what youth? West African youths are not monolithic. You have the urban youth, you have the rural youth, you have the educated youth, you have the youth that are disabled. So when it comes to youth peace and security, we must see that youth is not a monolithic group. They are not one common group. We have to diversify and involve every single person, whether literate, whether urban, whether rural, into the youth peace and security architecture. Lastly, data. When I cited data, at best when I want to cite data for Nigeria, we had the Nigeria Security Tracker data, we had the Nestia data, I mean they are here, but for the most part we cite the Global Terrorism Index, cite ACLED and all of that, and if you interrogate ACLED data to the letter, ask, and you can check the data, ask how many women have died, how many children have died, you will not see the data. The data is not very nuanced. So it means that we don't even have data of the sufferings of the killings of Nigerians, accurate data we do not actually have. So we need to improve our data collection system. Then, finally, we need to look at how we are going to look at the youths that have been radicalized. If you look at banditry in the Northwest, and Samuel Around could perhaps bear witness to it, most of the bandit guys are just 15, 18, 15, 18, 17, thereabout. Most of them are children, These are children that cannot face extreme justice procedures, of the Nigerian state. What are we going to do about them? We need to begin to think of how we can think of programs, even as civil societies, even as think tanks, to deal with the radicalized children that we have across West Africa. Again, we need to collaborate, whether AES, whether ECOWAS. We are not better divided. We need to collaborate to deal with insecurity in West Africa.
Thank you so very much. I thought you were going to say finally again. All right. And forgive me, Obina, I get to want the House to draw from a little bit of your expertise in the communication sector. And so talking about the nuanced approach to some of this conversation, if I asked a few Nigerians seated here now if we had a coup or not, whether it was phantom or failed, I'm sure this House will get into some very intense debates. Why? Because officially the Defense Headquarters says there was no coup. But we've heard that they've been arresting coup plotters. So if something didn't happen, I don't know how you arrest people for it happening. Which I draw from his conversation around communication, he said something as a younger person on disinformation, misinformation. These are very deep conversations we can't run away from. The average Nigerian, and I don't know who the average Nigerian is, but we use that term, doesn't know anything about the Nigerian state, doesn't even know what's happening, I once said this, and permit me to bring in Dr. Bridget into this. I think less than 1% of Nigerians know what inside Aso Rock looks like, but we all know what the White House looks like. Do we actually have a free state? And Obina, this is me asking. Yeah. Our communication of the peace architecture in the sense of these emerging trends, what's missing? Your final thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. Working in the field as a communication practitioner, I have seen how absence of credible information fuels fear. I have seen how absence of credible information raises tension. So communication is very critical in all of this. Okay, let us look at communication from the states. The states do not communicate. We have the worst system of governance communication in Nigeria. Everything is opaque. Everything is done. They use the word confidential. They use the word, when you see every file, you see confidential, confidential, confidential. What are you confidenting? You know, the world is open. There's a greater need for people to know, people to be aware. But in a situation whereby the state hoards information, even with the advent, the state, several decades of advocacy by civil society, eventually we got to a point where there was freedom of information. Now we have freedom of information signed by the Jonathan administration on their exit. Now, the idea behind it is to make government information available and accessible to citizens. Now, the citizens would write requesting for information from government, quoting that same law made by government. It becomes difficult for government to even release information. So now we are hearing about Q, but there's no, imagine a government well, there's no, life abhors vacuum. If you don't disclose, people will speculate. If you don't disclose, people will speculate. Okay, there was a rumor that there was coup. All the best we could hear was that there was no coup. It's a breach of service rule. And then we hear that people are being arrested, but nobody is still talking. So a government that is not talking with the citizens. They talk to citizens, they don't talk with the citizens. So citizens are disconnected from governance. People are disconnected from state information. So all of this creates fear. All of this creates anxiety. Okay, let me cite example. We were in Lake Chad Basin in Chad for the multinational joint task force. We were developing a communication strategy for countering violent extremism. And look at now communities there were some communities that were actively under Boko Haram control. And then Boko Haram has a very strong system of communication around the places they control. They make sure that all the people they control have information. So now the communities now, as they were seeing the state, the Nigerian government, soldier and multinational task force, they were seeing them in the community. But now, the state wanted the communities to report movement of Boko Haram to them. So during the conversation, now the communities are asking the state, okay, you want us to disclose where these guys are. We don't even know about your presence. First of all, you arrived here, you didn't tell us anything while you are here. Leveraging on that gap, the Boko Haram guys told the communities that, you see this plane flying over, these guys are moving around to watch your naked wives. Okay. The narrative, because these guys are not communicating, these guys now leveraged on that gap in communication to change the narratives. So all of these things are practical example where we work in all of these communities, that when government is not sincere, no credible information, all of this makes the whole thing messed up. And the narrative is always tilted against the government.
Sadly so. I'm just reflecting, and as we wrap up, former commissioner, I did like to ask you, what's the way forward?
Well, before I get to way forward, there is a story I want to tell in response to some of the issues that were raised. Madam Bridget talked about the issue of trauma. sincerely, managing trauma in conflict is very important. If you go to Sokoto and Kano, there are a lot of children orphaned by Boko Haram insurgency who are taking care in those axes. So in Sokoto, something happened with Abagana, whose father and mother were killed by Boko Haram before his presence. I think he was either 10 or thereabout, either primary 4 or 5. So anyway, he finished primary school, and during the graduation in Sokoto, because usually it's like they will invite a lot of people to come and see how the children are doing. So journalists now ask Abagana, Abagana, you have finished primary school. Now you are heading to secondary school. After secondary school, what do you want to be in life? He said he wants to be a soldier so that he can revenge the killing of his parents. So you can see that trauma handling, is very, very critical, and is something that we're taking for granted. Now, the other issue is the issue of state police. I can tell you, I used to have a spot for state police, but I don't longer have spot for state police. Why? Because I have experience, I have seen it, I have worked with 2 governors, and we've collaborated with other states. And I can tell you with hindsight that you have people that are not serious about security. They are only serious about power. Now, ahead of 2027 elections, I can tell you that in my zone, the Northwest zone, all the governors are first-time tenure governors. Now, what is critical for them is re-election. Any other thing that you will talk about, well, you are just wasting your time. Now, if you read the book by Matthew Saifa, one of the DGs of DSS, he said something that I have witnessed it. Now, you hear a problem in Benue between a Fulani header and a thief farmer. Now, usually the problem is this. A header, we have about 4 types of headers. We have semi-settled headers, we have settled headers, we have transhumans, and we have the criminal stock. Now, the criminal stock are what we call the bandits. Now, somebody is grazing somewhere in Benue, and he came from about 20 kilometers within outskirts of Makurdi. Now, while grazing, the cattle destroy the farm, and the farmer complained, and the 2 of them fought. When they fight, the farmer is injured, he eventually died, the header escaped. Now, the community is aggrieved. Once they come out, any other header, especially settled headers that is seen on site, they take them down. Do you know what will happen? The DSS write a report to the governor to say that yesterday something like this happened. And in their report, there will be a recommendation. Now, this recommendation will recommend steps to be taken. Now, some of the steps will look like, okay, it's important for the chairman of the local government and other critical stakeholders to immediately meet so that they can nip in the bud, further consequences of that. Now, if you look at the SOPs, the standard operating procedures of managing security reports, it said you can only give the governor that report. You can only hand over the security report to the governor, and it's a daily report. Now, the DSS will come with the report, maybe the chief detail to the governor, the SDA, the state director of security, will send the report sealed to his personnel in the government house. Now, the governor is not on. The governor is in Abuja, or the governor is abroad. And the deputy governor can't receive the security report because there's no transmission of power. Now, the report is there. That crisis is gradually escalating. By the second day, don't worry. By second day again, I'm so emotional about this issue. By second day again, there's another development. The security report is there with recommendation as to how to manage this thing. The governor is also not there. Now, the groups will continue to mobilize. Now, those that will come and carry out the mission, they are already, they are what we call mobile to the location. They are already mobile to the location. By the time about 100 people are killed at the zenith of the crisis, the governor is in Abuja or he's in London. When he sees the headline, he will call the commissioner of police or director and said, CP, what is happening? CP says, sir, you should call the director of DSS. He will call the director. The director says, sir, we've been reporting this to you since Monday we have been reporting this. He said, you know, I've been in Abuja. Then the governor will now raise to his state. Then the spokesperson will issue a statement to say government condemned. You know, some people in the presidency will now also advise the presidency that, look, the presidency need to wedge into this. Then Bayo Onanuga, you know, or Garba Shehu will issue a statement to say that the president has read a riot act to the service chiefs, you know, they should step up their game, you know, government, this is unacceptable. Then some people also insist that it's important that the president visit the location to show empathy. Okay, now when the president is moving to the state, there will be another artificial arrangement. They organize primary school pupils to litter the road, to receive the president. They will meet chairman of the traditional council. They will ask him what to say and what not to say. Then the president will now say, look, we are committed to the instability of Nigeria. We have
a round of applause for someone around. A round of applause. I am also committed to making sure. Nigerians want to know the end.
So, you know, so everybody will speak, the governor will speak, you know, the police will run there, they will issue a statement, they will do a lot of things. After 1 month, after a week, deployment will fizzle out, you know, and there's the end till another game again. So how do you secure a country with that kind of mentality? So it's practically impossible. You know, how? Then the Society for Peace, scholars, Professor Albert, you know, they will come, people will speak, they make a paper, you know, the foreign mission, the donors, the NGOs, everybody will come and talk. So in my time as Commissioner of Security in Kaduna State, I made it very clear that I must make fatalities public. Go and find out. Every day, I will come out and announce that today in this location, this is what happened. 5 people were killed, I will list their names. 5 people were kidnapped, I will mention their names. In cases where I don't mention names, they are usually high-profile people. Because at times, when you make public those that are in captivity, you will make, you know, their situation very delicate. So security is an important issue. It's not something that we should take for granted. But unfortunately, we're a docile nation. You know, all Nigerians, where Muslims are a majority, they will try all that they can to emasculate those that are not Muslims. And not that they are doing that for the growth of Islam, for their personal interest. We are Christians and majority. If you are not a Christian, wallah, you are in trouble. They will do all that they can, or all that's within their reach to emasculate you. So, and our citizenship must be reviewed. You know, but the constitution is very clear. It said all Nigerians shall live on property, movable or whatever, in all parts of the country. But is that the case? That is not the case. If you are Igbo and you are in Sokoto, the first man that drove a vehicle to Sokoto Native Authority was an Igbo man, Deke, during the reign of Sultan Miturari. But at the end of the day, he lived integrated in Sokoto. As of 1988, when Sultan Abubakar III died, he was his chief butler. So the same thing, can a Hausa man from Kano go to other parts of Nigeria and live without facing any social discrimination? No. So our citizenship must not only be in the paper. It must be enforced. It must be in practice. That all Nigerians, wherever they are, they must be treated equally. But we have a situation where the most important thing is for people, to get power. If you are in government, you have unlimited access to public resources. And that's why everybody is aspiring to be a councillor, to be a local government chairman, to be a governor. And that is why the competition is very brutal. So on a final note, if we are going to have a state police in Jos North, who will be the DPO? Who will be the DPO? Who will be the DPO? Okay, she said a Birom. Will the Hausa community agree? No. They will not agree. If you have a state police structure in Kafanchan or in Zangon Kataf, who will be the DPO? Who will be the in charge? What we need to do, yes, federalism is not universal. Federalism is not universal. There are some uniqueness of society. So what we need for now, let's strengthen the police first. Let's strengthen the police like what the military is doing. If you look at theater command in Maiduguri, have we produced any theater commander from Borno State? From Irabo to Shaibu to CG Musa to A.E. Abubakar now. But the military is operating. The COs we have in Malam Fatori, Abadam, Dikwa, and other places, are they from Borno? So we must be careful with the way we are going about this state police. It will be another avenue where the governors will become very, very powerful. I'm not generalizing. Sincerely, there are governors that are governors. And there are governors that are not governors. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So at least this ECOWAS government is listening. If not, that conversation would have stopped somewhere. So Dr. Bridget asked for 1 minute. She asked for 1 minute, and I cannot not give her. So we'll count the 1 minute.
I'll be brief. Way forward. For civil society, we need to look at, because West Africa is in a crossroad, whether we want to continue with kinetic or non-kinetic. But my suggestion is that we start from bottom-up approach. For civil society, we need to look at the issues of missing persons. You are talking about nuanced data. How many people are missing? If we know how many people have died, how many people are missing? We need to get those data. We need to have the number of people that are working. And the last thing is that there's landmine that we're not talking about. All these killings, all these drones, all these IED that are being used, they are living landmine for us. Who is working on landmine? Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much. A round of applause for my distinguished panelists. I grossly would apologize to Chooks, and for the next presentation, it wasn't my intention, but you see, the governor was not around, and I couldn't present our report to leave this stage. If I'm not asking for too much, now that the governor is around, may you all stand and we could have a picture, and then we will take our leave. A round of applause for also yourselves for listening to this very mind-blowing interaction. There's no theater without an audience. Thank you so very much.
In my opinion, I think they deserve a round of applause. Please, can we put our hands together for them? It was indeed a wonderful moment. We appreciate you. Let's especially appreciate our very amazing moderator. Dr. Prince Charles. Please, can we put our hands together for Dr. Prince Charles? He's a
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, sir, for that excellent moderation. We will now go straight to our second panel. But before that, can we just shake up a little bit? Can we just all please stand? Just shake up a little bit. Can you pump the volume a little bit? We're going to sing this song together. It said, Love. Can we sing it together? Everybody, let's go. If you can move a little bit. No, this is not fair. We're going to sing it together. Say. Everybody, can we say? Can we clap? One. Everybody. I want everyone to be a part of this. We're clapping together. Everybody. Even if you don't know this song, just clap. Everybody. Love will keep us together. Everybody. Can we sing it together? Say. Everybody say. Finally, can we sing it together? Say. Everybody, let's go. Everybody. Thank you, media. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That song was written by me 17 years ago. Let me tell you what happened. Just allow me finish. I wrote that song 70 years ago, but my governor was not around. I couldn't pass it to him. So I passed it to Bob Marley to give the governor. And he opened it. Thank you very much. We're going to move to our next panel session, and that will be very quick. For those who actually would have had questions for this panel session, just help me write them down. We'll take the questions after this final panel session. So please, just help us note your questions down. We will take it after the last panel session. Let me first of all introduce our panelists. We have about 4 of them for this session, and I'll bring up the moderator, and then we can proceed as quick as possible. First, I'd like to introduce very specially the DG of OSPRA, the DG of Osprey. I'd like to invite Dr. Charles Ngodo. Please, can we put our hands together for Dr. Chris? Dr. Chris Ngodo. Please, can we clap for Dr. Chris? We are not clapping for Dr. Chris. He may not come out. Dr. Chris. Dr. Chris, Dr. Chris, and Dr. Chris. Let me also specially invite Katsina State Development Management Board. I'd like to invite Dr. Mustafa Shehu. Please, can we clap for Dr. Mustafa Shehu? He's stepping up already, just that we're not clapping for him. Dr. Mustafa Shehu. Let me also quickly invite Executive Director, Space for Change, Lagos, Victoria Ibezim Oheri. Please, can we put our hands together for Madam Victoria? In our first panel session, we have to stress a lady to walk again because we didn't clap. If we don't clap, we'll have to do it again because we should clap for every lady coming up. Thank you. I'd like to invite quickly Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution. Let me invite Dr. Beji Goa. Please, can we put our hands together for Dr. Goa? We'll especially welcome you. He's coming up to the panel and he's asking me, Chooks, why are they not clapping for me? Yeah, I saw Dr. Chris at the beginning of the event. I don't know why I can't find him now, but I saw Dr. Chris. Okay, so if he went to ease himself, when he comes back, we will get him on board. This panel session will be on authoritarianism, tourism, violent extremism in West Africa, authoritarianism, terrorism, violent extremism in West Africa, the role of actors. And to moderate this, I'd like to invite Associate Professor John Toa. Please can we put our hands together for Associate Professor Toa. He's from Benue State University, Makurdi. That's exactly 11 hours from here. He drove 11 hours. Can we clap for him? So how far is Benue State? Okay, he said by night flight, it can be 1 hour. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring greetings from Okay. Thank you very much, the organizers and those of us that are here. I don't know why the MC was generous to my brother, Dr. Prince Charles, and allowed him to talk only on a little thing, and now he has put together 3 heavy words here: authoritarianism, terrorism, violent extremism. I don't know what he wants to achieve with the sons of Zim here, but I think we briefly look at it, and then where the MC told me that we have only 30 minutes, and then we'll try our best to be within 30 minutes. Now we have this challenge that West African states have all, or about all, returning to a process where elections no longer matter. I don't know whether because as the big brother, Nigeria, we have moved into identifying the winner of elections during election, but we have moved them into the courts. That is why the whole sub-region is trying to relapse into this kind of thing. And I will start with my brother Goa from the Institute. Is it the nature of democracy that we are beginning to practice in the sub-region that is making us all to justify authoritarianism and terrorism in the sub-region?
Thank you so much, Prof. Good afternoon, all. For me, I think in West Africa, authoritarianism, terrorism, and violent extremism are deeply intertwined traits to peace and security in West Africa. Now, there are 3 concepts. Well, first of all, if we looked at, authoritarianism, as well as what you said, the return of coup in West Africa, you will see that the reason given by this military to take over hinge on the insecurity within the West Africa. And this insecurity, we know, of course, is caused by weak governance. There are so many push factors that are allowing the non-state actors to take over. Of course, if you looked at, activities of non-state actors that we have operating within the West Africa, they also hinge in terms of the weak governance, and that is why they are operating. And for me, I think all what we're looking at in terms of weak governance is one of the causes. But one thing that I think we should begin to look at is also the issue of the boundaries. Whether we look at in terms of international boundary, whether it is a national boundary, whether it is a state boundary, whether it's a local government boundaries. Also, has a multiplying effect, or it causes split over of this insecurity that we are facing. So for me, I think to contextualize this, I can look at it in 2 theory perspectives. One, the diffusion effect theory perspective, which has 2 key components or concepts that has to do with conflict mobility as well as
conflict mobility, as well as conflict that transcend around the borders. Now, also, we have to also look at it in terms of the regional security theory that we have within the West Africa. So the instability that we are seeing today in West Africa, right? So it has a spillover to other conflicts. So what is causing those instability? The effect of this instability, we can see that can translate borders, through refugees, migration of refugees, and also the movement of these violent extremist groups from one country to other to be able to operate. And we have seen this in the Northwest in terms of the Lakurawa, the Boko Haram operating within the Northeast with other countries around that area. So I think this is a key issues that we have been experiencing. And so, for example, the echelon of ECOWAS, before Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea, they have warned that this will have a spillover to Niger, as well as even Ghana, that these countries should be careful about the spillover. And we have seen that in Niger. And today, we are also seeing some have categorized it as a failed coup in Nigeria. So all these things, right, have an effect in terms of what we're experiencing today in coup because of the weak governance that we're experiencing today, as well as the activities of these violent extremists. So I think I would want to stop here so that if we're going to look at in terms of the responses of the actors, then we can explore more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me go to Victoria. Some people have argued that the nature of democracy we are practicing in Africa, and particularly in West Africa, does not suit our own style of culture or tradition. And then that's the reason why we are experiencing this reversal in our democratic process. Is that the challenge that is making leadership difficult in the region and creating more pockets of extremists and then terrorists?
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon. The response is very cold. Good afternoon. Good. Yeah. So I think I would like to start by unpacking the meaning of authority, because we tend to be assuming that once a government is democratic, it is not autocratic. I think we need to make that distinction, what authoritarianism actually means. Back in the days, when you hear a government is authoritarian, it evokes images of Idi Amin, Mobutu Sese Seko. Those were the kind of things we thought authoritarianism was. People who have exceeded their constitutional term limits, people who came to power by extralegal means, people who operate in very close civic space contests, people under military rule. That used to be the definition. But increasingly, authoritarianism, the characteristics have drastically changed in the last, at least in the last decade. What are the new characteristics of authoritarianism? I would say number one, they are democratically elected. They do not exceed their constitutional term limits. They do not agree that they are autocrats. Number three is that the literature and even public opinion is now heavily polarized about who is an autocratic government, what an autocratic government is, and what is not. If we even bring out the worst regime in Africa and discuss here, take a poll here, is this government autocratic? We can no longer be unified on whether it is true or false. Unlike a decade ago, we could all agree this is an autocratic government. We no longer can. And these are some of the factors that make it difficult. And the last part of it is what he said, that the rise of terrorism and violent extremism and the architecture that has been designed to counter it has enabled the rise of autocratism. What does that mean? If I want to defend against any population, I declare them terrorists, and it gives me the maximum power to unleash state security apparatus on that population. And it is justified both by national and international law. And this happens within democracies. So when we are looking at autocratic government, we should stop looking at governments. I said this is a military. I was at a program in last week. Somebody was talking about a country in Africa where the head of state had been there for over 5 decades. We know who the person probably is. And the person said it is an autocratic government. Somebody from that state, a member of delegation from that country, stood up and objected to that description. And the person who described it as autocratic apologized and said, oh, sorry, countries with unique political context. And there was calm. So what is that doing to us? We can't even say things the way they are anymore. There is a tendency to censor. There's a tendency to not hold leaders accountable. There's a tendency to not even push for open civic spaces, because there are paradigms. The security paradigm has so changed that has made it harder for civic actors to begin to challenge authoritarianism. So if we want to really talk about how do we move away, then that's a conversation. We need to have a different conversation about how we now, because if the parameters and dynamics and characteristics of authoritarianism have changed, it means that the solutions need to change. We cannot continue to use the same models and patterns we were using before.
Thank you very much, Victoria. So we are in a unique form of governance and democracy in West Africa. And by extension, we have to also develop unique means and unique ways. Thank you very much. Yes, I was missing my brother Chris, because some of those things that I needed to ask him, he was not there. But I will come back to you. I will allow you to rest a little. I will go to Shehu. And then quickly, you see, when in the last panel, somebody was talking about the refugees, people moving from Cameroon into Benue State. That is where I come from. Last week I was at the border area trying to look at mining. My brother Chris has done a lot of work on mining, and he also sponsored me to do something on early warning and that region, because a whole chunk of our local community is borders Cameroon. Now in Benue State we have 23 local governments. Out of these 23, only 3 of them are not invaded. That's the reality. In fact, the Kwande local government that borders Cameroon, Kwande has 12 council wards. Out of these 12 council wards, about 7 of them, nobody's living there. And that is why when people talk about ungoverned spaces, I say, no, these spaces are not ungoverned. They are alternatively governed. Other people are governing them based on their terms. So you can't say they're ungoverned spaces. Because going there, I needed to negotiate with those people to allow me go there, where the mining is taking place. And another dimension in the mining is that there are, in fact, the day I was there, 21 trucks belonging to the Chinese firm were pulling the resources out. Now, instantly, some of those involved in the mining are the refugees from Cameroon. Now they are beginning to have their own union of the miners from that region. Now, Shehu, are we saying that because of the authoritarian nature of this, we are witnessing a proliferation of these terrorist groups that are no longer talking of the governance system, but talking of owning and possessing land and its resources in this community? Or what?
I'm sorry for what happened, what's happening in Benue. Actually, except because I have to participate in this panel, but what my brother Samuel said at the climax of a presentation nailed everything. It nailed every single factor and is linked to what is happening. Now, right? Even in many places where the peace seems to have arrived, I was there. Police, military, the bandits, the locals are working together to mine in peace and unity. The richest buy the products. Those who can risk go into the mining. Simple. Now, I put about 18 to 20 years working within the humanitarian cycle in UNICEF, UNFPA, the World Bank, and all of that. Actually, responsibility just here I go. I will tell you that just the way my sister put it. Are we even defining what we are doing? Do we even have a direction? She mentioned a system where it is now a democratically elected system that is seen to be autocratic, and we subscribe to that. A day before Cameroonian election, we envisaged this will happen. This is somebody who came in 1982, if I'm not mistaken. 1982, 40% of people here are not born. He is still around. He has seen to have won another election. People are dying. But to be honest, I come from Katsina State, so I have 6 LGAs neighboring my brothers and sisters from Niger Republic. My state has one of the highest number of porous borders across that region, about 38 illegal borders. Now, the border is seen to have been closed from the regime of. But do you know the security officers prefers the border closed formally so they get money by letting people to move, even with things that you can never imagine to cross the border with. Physical arms, physical resources, because you only need to cash out. Just pay and you move in. In that region, sometimes when we see comments in the media, we laugh because we only give those people from the other part of the country the benefit of doubt that social media has sadly become a legal reference. Otherwise, it is not only far from reality, it is not close to an ink of reality of what is happening there. It is so dynamic. I have seen these people with their guns. I have paused to let them cross lines. Me, not somebody else, not with camera, myself. So it is so clear, like you said, that it is a twist. When there is peace, my sister, the other panels said it. When eventually we say there is peace, who is talking about the minds? Who is talking about restoring livelihoods? But unfortunately, and caught me, we will be discussing for the next 1 decade. And every single day we come to discuss, instead of discussing the decline in the prevalence, we are more likely to discuss the rising of the prevalence of the challenges. Because we are not government here. I'm not government even, seem to say, because I'm not at the policy level. Whatever we discuss here will make impact or otherwise if the state assemblies and the national assemblies agrees to fund the so-called peace process. I like what he said. The whole leadership issue in Africa is now an investment. It's a big investment. Thursday before election, the INEC usually declare no campaign by 4 p.m. of every Thursday, 2 nights before the election. I will be a contestant for chairmanship. I will go to all nook and crannies of the community that Thursday afternoon. I will sit on the mat to eat with all the locals. On Saturday after declaring the election, I need talks to go back to the same community. Who did I offend? Now, last. You see this particular issue we are talking about? We still have to go back to Samuel's statement. Where there is predominantly a particular faith, the other one will never talk. The reverse is also the same. A Christian in Nigeria need a visa to go to Israel. A Muslim in Nigeria, however highly placed is, need a visa to go to Saudi Arabia. But an Israeli do not require a visa to go to Saudi Arabia, and a Saudi do not require a visa to go to US. So who are we deceiving? We have to get it right. All of these religions were imported to us. There were times when we don't have them. But now they come with the gospel of peace, but it is garnished with selfish interests. This needs to be addressed.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings up a memory of two things. Number one, somebody asked us during an engagement like this, he asked the donor agencies that you come to intervene, and the day you arrive, you pay your rent, your office rent and accommodation rent for 10 years. So it means that you are sure that this thing will not finish before 10 years. So there should be something that is underneath that we don't know, that they are prepared to stay for 10 years. And there is what, I don't know whether something is something of building block. We had an engagement in the state, in Benue State, and with all the security agencies, and they insisted that what is happening now, there is always what they call the monkey hand. Yes, that the monkey hand is operating everywhere in the security architecture of that. Now, Dr. Chris, you have worked in early warning and all that. Is the monkey hand preventing us from stopping the proliferation of terrorist groups and then, those kind of other groups that are beginning to take possession of some section of our own territory and then allowing us to be at their mercy?
Okay, that's a very interesting, a very funny question. But I think let me just start by saying the question of terrorism or violent extremism in Africa is driven primarily by failed governance, primarily. No nation state has inherent legitimacy. The legitimacy of a nation state exists as long as people within that nation state believe it is legitimate. The constituted authority, however they perceive it. So whether it's at the federal level or at the state level, if the people do not feel that the state has a material relevance to them, then they will place their hopes and their faith somewhere else. Those places or those other entities may be gangs, that's what we would call them. They may be terrorist groups, they may be violent extremist groups, but the point is that at that point in time, they've become an alternative. So you can't really discuss and I'm very sure that, throughout today we've heard this, you cannot really discuss the question of terrorism, extremism, and all of those things without considering the context of failed governance. And along with that, the complete absence of a social contract that binds citizens to states, that makes the citizen believe that he is part of something that is beneficial to his own life. The issue is not really the terrorist groups. In my view, I think that we obsess too much with the terrorist groups. What we should be interested in is, what is it that makes us vulnerable to terrorist groups? What is it that makes us vulnerable to violent extremism? If you look at West Africa, the Sahel, the Maghreb, you will find that the footprint of extremism starts from the Maghreb and then comes all the way down. It's occupied the Sahel now, and increasingly is coming into coastal West African states. All the terrorist groups in the Sahel all trace their origin to the Algerian Civil War in 1992. The group that emerged from there, the insurgency in Algeria at that time, is what spawned most of these groups in the Sahel today. At the time, in 1992,
the Islamic Salvation Front was a party in Algeria. It won an election. The government annulled it. And when it annulled it, they now launched an insurgency. That civil war lasted about a decade, killed close to 1 million people, displaced many. But the point is that Algeria has since recovered. These countries in the Maghreb, they don't have problems of violent extremism anymore. Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, they don't have problems. What is it that when you come further down, you start having the problem? So one way in which to think about violent extremism is to think of it as a virus. If that virus is spreading, then that means that the immune system of the countries has collapsed or is extremely weak. So my own challenge as a Nigerian, watching and observing this, is to say, how do I strengthen the immunity of my own society? That is why I'm coming back to the issue of failed governance. In a lot of these places that you're talking of, I've worked in the rural Northwest. Generally, what you have are rural insurgencies across the Sahel and in Nigeria. If you go to the rural Northwest or even the rural Northeast, there are places you go to that, except somebody, if not that you already knew you were in Nigeria, you could be anywhere, literally anywhere else. You could be in Niger, you could be in Chad for all you know. There is no evidence materially that you are in the country. For many years, parts of Borno State didn't receive terrestrial broadcasts of NTA. Parts of it. It could receive signals from Cameroon, but not from Nigeria. So if the president of Nigeria declares war, the people in Borno, in those parts of Borno, they won't know. They weren't receiving terrestrial radio, terrestrial TV, no. There are parts of Borno that historically, because they are looking for water, those communities migrate to Cameroon to get water. So this is really about governance. If governance fails, people will look for other things. And I think just my second to my last point that I want to make is, some years ago, there was an abduction of pupils from a school in Niger State. There have been abductions in Kaduna, in Niger, and all of that. When they show the videos of the aftermath of the abductions, I'm not too concerned about obviously it's a tragedy and all of that. I don't know if people actually notice the state of the schools themselves, where they are abducted from, all right? In the case of Niger State, the school was in the middle of nowhere. It had no perimeter fence. The ceilings were collapsing. There was no furniture. The children were sitting on the floor to learn. That's not a school. That's closer to a concentration camp than anything else. So if you don't address those problems at the local level, and mind you, this is not just a federal government responsibility. A lot of those schools that abductions happen from are not even federal schools, a lot of them. They are state schools. The federal government is not going to come from Abuja to build a perimeter fence around the school. It's not going to do that. Lastly, you asked about the monkey hand, so I wanted to set context before answering your question. People generally, when they ask this, I think they mean it this way. They say things like, and I hear this a lot, that how can the almighty Nigerian military not be able to defeat bandits or terrorists or, that what is the problem? They must be able to defeat them. Something like that. That's generally the idea. So they think that there's something that is wrong, or that maybe they're even unwilling, right? But my first response to this is a question. I normally ask, what area of Nigerian public life or governance works? Which one is it that works that you're measuring the military against? We can't do garbage disposal. We can't do healthcare. We can't do power supply. We can't do roads. We can't do education. We have over 10 million children out of school. We can't do food security. So if you fail at all that, what is it that makes you think that you'll be able to defeat terrorism, which is an adaptive problem? I hope you understand what I'm asking. that you cannot be generically and culturally incompetent, then in a moment of emergency, you become 5-star excellent. That's not how it works. So you're dealing with structural issues. The military does its best in extremely difficult circumstances. When I served in the Northeast, the military would be deployed. There are places in Borno State that it is not possible to get to by road. So even if a community sends a distress signal, the military can't get there, doesn't have the air platforms to get there. But the problem is it the military that should have built a road to the place? I hope you understand what I'm asking. So this is a lot more complex than, oh, the military cannot do this, oh, the military cannot do that. And I think my last point is development, human development. We are toying with human development. If you have 10 million out of school children, even if you have 5 million out of school children, that's already more than all the men and women we have in the armed services. If only half of them turn to crime, it is still more than all the people we have in the armed services. So you have to educate. No country becomes peaceful by destroying its population. The assumption is always that crime and insurgency will be done by a minority, not by 40% of the population. You have to keep it to a minority. That's why human development is important, and that's the subject of governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm happy to know with my brother, Professor Mumudu, and then Professor Luko, we thought it's only we in the educational sector, especially the university, that we can't go home because our take home cannot take us home. I didn't know that other sectors are also in the kind of mess that we are. Yes, but going forward, it means we are challenged and we need to rejig our own system, both as a country in Nigeria and then the sub-region. Goa, as an institution that you are, does it mean that we lack the capacity to create an architectural platform, or we are not ready to do it, or there's a possibility that going forward we can rejig and then create a platform that will be embraced by all to solve this challenge that we see that it is everywhere?
Thank you so much. I think for me, whether it is in terms of the regional, whether it is in terms of national, there is that capacity for us to be able to address this issue that we're facing. But one thing that is affecting these responses is the leadership, the will of the leaders. So if the leaders do not have that will, you find out that we'll continue to be in this cycle. So for example, in the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, which is a government agency, we are saddled with the responsibility, for making sure there is peace building in this country and social cohesion. And we have been able to engage as an institute in research to understand what are the underlying factors that is causing these issues. And so, in most of our recommendations, we always recommend that there must be community engagement. We have to go back to the community-based approaches, in solving these issues. And so most of the times you find out that most of these responses comes from the top to the bottom. And sometimes, even in terms of the military responses to some of these issues, you find out that we have faced unlimited successes because of some of these drivers that has been identified here, whether it is weak governance, whether it is the porous or expanded and extended borders. All these are some of the limitations that hinders to this response. So for example, if you looked at in the Northwest, there is a peace building framework that the community has adopted, which is called the Sulhu. And that Sulhu has been working in that particular region. And so for example, and that's why you see that most of these governments are now calling that they are saying that they are not ready to negotiate with bandits. But you find out that the community are using this peace building structure like the Sulhu to negotiate with bandits and live peacefully in their communities. And so what does that tell us? So the community are looking for mechanisms and structures that they will live peacefully in their community, that will enable them to engage in their socio-economic activities, because government has been able, to some extent, fail them. So for example, if you looked at even in West Africa in terms of this coup that is happening, even as with the fact that, yes, of course, ECOWAS has been able to provide the 2001 supplementary protocol on good governance and democracy, right? So, but you see that citizens of most of these countries have popular opinion for the takeover of this military in their region than the democratically elected citizen. So what does that tell us? Is that because they feel that there are deficits in terms of government provision of social services to them. And that is what is causing, the unpopular opinion in terms of government. So there are research that has been conducted in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger and so on, that out of 10 opinion sample, almost 9 have strong opinion that military should take over than the democratic elected government in that country. So you see, all these multinational joint task force that we have seen in terms of the region has not been able to address most of these violent extremists that we've talked about that operates within these borders and causes these issues. So for us, we think that we must have to go back to community engagement. We must have to strengthen the community-based approaches that combat some of these issues in the community. And so once we do that, it will not be able to help us to be able to, address some of these issues. So if you take, for example, in terms of even the military that took over in most of these countries, ECOWAS is there, all these protocols are there, but they cannot be able to be effective. Most of these borders are closed, and this military that took over this coup have resulted in bilateral agreement with countries like Russia, Turkey, and China. And these countries are coming and giving support in terms of ammunition and other things without even demanding for electoral reform or democratic governance in that country. So you see, it has posed a serious challenge in terms of us as a region to be able to address some of these issues. But we must have to make sure that government must provide the enabling environment, social services, as well as strengthen community-based approaches to be able to address most of these violent extremist groups that are affecting our region in this Africa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I remember when Victoria was talking earlier, she tried to query the issue together with Shehu when they were querying the issue of, maybe let me say what Fela had said, waiting united inside United Nations. So we could also query that waiting united inside ECOWAS, right? We see that the region is beginning to fall apart, maybe because of territorial leadership or with a lack of leadership or not. So he had just said that we need to move to community engagement. Are we saying that we are done with ECOWAS and then there's nothing we can leverage on? Step this conversation further for the region to rejig itself and come back to the table where we can leverage these organizations, these regional and sub-regional organizations, to once again stimulate cohesion and development and then return us into a democratic region.
Thank you. Before I answer your question, I want to come back to the issue of the monkey hand that you talked about. It was a narrative we've been interrogating because we work in the countering the financing of terrorism space. And one of the conversation about the 10-year, that somebody came in Borno, took a 10-year lease. There are international development partners in the room, and there are grantees, recipients. Is there any donor that can give you a 10-year grant? Has anybody received a 10-year grant? No, I want us to, because there's a lot of misinformation and we believe it. Is there anybody in this room, either as a development partner or as a local implementing partner, that has received a 10-year grant before? Please just raise your hand. So the issue is that for you to take a 10-year lease, you are sure of a 10-year program, or you have funding for a 10-year program, I want to tell you that it is practically impossible. Is there anybody here that is sure that their employee will be in their office for the next 10 years? Please, if you are very sure that you have an employee that will be with you in the next 10 years, can you raise your hand? Nobody is doing that. So these are narratives to criminalize NGO operations in the Northeast, because the circumstances do not rationalize that sort of information, and it's something we've interrogated. And it's actually possible that one financial officer that is criminally minded might want to look for a way to get some money or kickback from a landlord and say, give us a thing. And it's an activity that he did unilaterally. It's not enough that activity of one person with bad intentions can be used to, paint an entire sector. So I wanted to mention that, address that issue. But let's come back to the question you asked. I think for security solutions to become effective, we need to first of all look at how our security solutions we have developed. Have we asked ourselves, has anybody read the Nigeria's Terrorism Prevention Prohibition Act 2022? If you read it, the preambular section tells you that it was developed as a dictate of the United Nations counterterrorism strategy. If you read the Gambian Terrorism Prevention Act, read the Ghanaian Terrorism Prevention, all the preambular sections tell you, we are told to write this, and we wrote it. We don't know whether it will work, but we've been told to write this. Do you know how all the agencies in Nigeria, like the EFCC, NFIU, all those, but do you know how they were created? These are prescriptions of the Financial Action Task Force. Are you not aware? These are prescriptions. All of these are international prescriptions. And when those prescriptions are made internationally, our countries, our member states, Nigeria is a member state, they ask us, those in favor, say aye or abstain, then you say aye, without making a contribution. You watch those debates on CNN. African countries don't say a thing. They just go to New York and then they come back. Then another thing, the civil society that should also be influencing those security solutions. Many of the times we want, the GCTS is up for review. I will not, is anybody here engaging the GCTS? I was happy to be opportune to make a contribution to draft this morning. But I know that 99.9% of Nigerian civil society do not have that opportunity to contribute to the development of international security solutions, which are dictated to countries to go implement back at home, whether or not it fits their local context. So you come back here, take a solution that is not tailored to Borno and begin to implement it in Borno. I don't know how much budget you have, no matter the expertise you have, it will not work. Then the issue of, somebody raised the issue of visas. Then you now decide, I must make an effort, I must attend those sessions. Will you get a visa? Who will give you a visa? The visa regime has made it so impossible for countries from the global south to be part of those conversations. But one of the things we now have to do, we understand that these challenges exist. There are things we need to, number one, we need to move away from the low-hanging fruits. We're attacking the whole hanging fruits a lot. We need to go back to the development of security norms, how they are developed, and get into the rooms where the solutions are developed, and begin to demand for solutions that work for your own context. It started with, if you look at back in the days when they started the gender conversations, there were countries in the Middle East that began to talk about and began to preach against the universalization of human rights and said no. And they introduced the concept of cultural relativism. What does that mean? That there are certain particulars of this right language that do not align with our beliefs and our ideologies. And they began to push back. There is no pushback going on. We are just doing adaptation. We are just following international. So that is not an ECOWAS problem. ECOWAS is also been, we just issued a report where we are mapping civil society initiatives, involvement in a lot of Africa and peace-building initiatives. I was so shocked to find that a lot of activities of the AU, as commendable as they are also foreign funded. African governments are not contributing to the purpose of the AU. African governments should come together. Nigeria will say, this is my contribution. Ghana will make a contribution. And AU will have a pause. Then African leaders will naturally have a say. And that is why a leader will exceed constitutional limit. AU will not say anything. Because the contributors to that process are not playing their part. So I think, number one, we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to re-prepare ourselves and begin to look at our security framework. Whether it is the military, whether it is the police, no matter the security formation, you cannot go outside the provisions of our security frameworks. You have to work within the ambits of those frameworks. And those frameworks are dictates that yet we have not taken our time to refine. So the role for us as actors, as civil society actors, is also to sit down, look at our security frameworks, and begin to look at the provisions. Do these provisions really, would it work in a community like Boronu? Will it work in Owerri? Will it work in Niger? In Niger State? Will it work in Katsina? Will it work in Plateau? And when we aggregate our opinions based on our realities, we can now develop real frameworks that really respond to the needs of local people and also recognizes pre-existing and traditional dispute resolution mechanisms that we have. So what we have had is that we have just imported new regimes that displace them. So the community will have a traditional ruler. The traditional ruler does not know what to do because the traditional ruler is waiting for Abuja to give instruction on what to do, which ordinarily traditional ruler and maybe the President General would have sat down before to resolve that issue. But now, all those functions have been eroded. So a lot of traditional institutions, community structures that we have, they're just dormant, they're just ceremonial. They just attend ceremonial events, and that is all. So if we don't have that redefinition, if we don't have that re-engagement, if we don't have that restructuring, any solution that we put on top of things that are not already working, I'm afraid that we are just going to be repeating a process that has to produce the outcomes we want.
Thank you very much. And, you know, sometimes when a picture like this is painted, I think that is what draws people's attention to say that Donald Trump should come. Because they are seeing, and nobody, you know, is trying not understanding what is next, because the picture is so pathetic that you are not sure whether. So Shehu, what do we do with our local security actors? Particularly since we're talking about going back to community engagement. What layers at the community level do we think we can start from, and who will be the major people that we will approach? Because whatever we are doing, we'll be talking about the Constitution as giving these traditional rulers, talking about giving them the constitutional powers, and the governor appoints a traditional ruler, and when he's against the community, when he's against anything the governor said, the governor will suspend him because, you know, what is happening in mining now, you know, the community will give what they call community consent, and then they don't have any power. Any power that they have to come to cadastral office where they come and give them exploration license. And when the community chiefs now say, no, these people are not doing CSR, they're not doing this, they're not doing that, then before you wake up one day and you hear that the chief has been suspended, or this local boy that is known to be against the chief has been made a special advisor on mining. How do we, you know, map out these actors and then the areas of their support to see what we can do in trying to come out of this?
Align with what my sister said. If you ask me, I will tell you, let the Africans go to the UN and clearly say we are no more part of this discussion anymore from now. Because no African country has a veto power in the UN Security Council where our issue is being discussed. So just like what my sister said, it is about us, but we are not involved. When the Palestinian president wanted to come, she mentioned the visa issue. He was outrightly declined visa. But it was the climax of the Israel and the Palestine crisis that needed to be discussed for amicable solution. But what does the US say? No visa for you. So for me, we don't need to belong to the whole UN security cycle. We need to come back home. 2, we have to stop getting funding on security. we have to fund it ourselves. The very day the funds stop at the community level, like what my sister said, the meeting stopped at that level, because the communities are forced to see that this is the way they should discuss about the peace, not in our own terms. When you look at it generally, although I quite agree with my sister about the rent status, all of that in Borno, but I will tell you that up until 2021, I was part of the Bilateral Education Committee for Nigeria. We will meet, we will invite all the embassies, all the consulates. 90% of them, as at 2021, what they signed to come to do in Nigeria stopped the very day they entered the soil. They go to the neighboring communities and go into mining. 90% of them. What do they sign? They sign that they are coming into Nigeria for bilateral education, that they are going to be giving Nigeria 200, 300 spaces for education, but we found so many of them in the Niger Delta, in the northeast, in the northwest. 80% of their staff are in the mining pits, then in the offices they claim to be working for. So what are they here for? Yes, they did not declare they are here for 10 years, but they have invariably are working towards that. When in 2021, the federal government of Nigeria declared mining illegal in Zamfara state, I was the project coordinator of a DFID-funded project there. We counted between Chinese and other European nationals coming out from Zamfara bush, 2,000 of them in one day. Commercial buses were cashing out. They will hire a bus from Zamfara to Abuja, 500,000 naira. Okay, they did not say they are going to stay for 10 years. But when you check many of them, they signed bilateral agreement to come and work in Abuja and Lagos. Recently, Nigerian government deported how many Chinese? Only God knows when. 100 of them. Where were they? Check the entry level. It is to come and support one policy or the other. But why were they arrested in the mining pit in Benue, in Zamfara and the rest? So the climax of it is that we have to work African way. Thank God we have already understood that all of these things are resource-based. They are globally induced. Then we have to start working African way. I may not be alive to talk about this again because many people have died in trying to push this thing to happen this way. But all the same, we have to do it African way in African thinking. Not somebody.
Thank you.
Finally, let me tell you something. I have my brothers and sisters from Niger Republic. From Katsina State to Maradi is 1 hour 30 minutes. But if I want to send money to them, it has to go to Switzerland. If I want to send money to them, it has to go there. Somebody somewhere who doesn't even know our border will have to benefit from the benefit of the transfers, the foreign transfers, simply because there is a thin border between Niger Republic and Nigeria. But if you go to their own countries, they have one unified system. We need to think Africa.
Okay, thank you. I am
just
told
want to
that.
clear something that he said.
And then it's because of you have been signaled that you need to leave. You have a flight to catch.
Yes.
So I wanted to close it with. Okay, so I will give you 1 minute, and I will give Chris 1 minute, and then we
I don't
close.
even need up to a minute.
Okay.
You know, I think he made me, what I was referring to was when he said NGOs take rent for 10 years. In Boron. I was only referring to NGOs only.
Okay.
Not the business people. I've never looked at what the business people are doing. Well,
Okay.
I don't know what they're doing.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, it is dynamic. As I said earlier, my brother Chris has worked on the issue of mining, and I told you it will surprise you as somebody like me that have been in government in Benue State, have done so many things. I have to give somebody a money to take me to where money is going on, and the Chinese people were there. I went there where I was supposed to stay in the hotel. It has been taken over. So I had to rent somebody's house at a cost more than what I would have paid for the hotel. But the whole of hotel of 20-something rooms occupied by these people right there in Benue State. So Chris, where do we go from here? Because Victoria needs to go somewhere. So where do we go with her from here?
No, I agree with most of the recommendations. I am in agreement with them. You decentralize security. Nigeria is a big country, so you can't police it from Abuja, and you can't actually govern it from Abuja. And then even when you go to the states, you can't govern the states from the state capital. So you need to decentralize, you need to localize. There are community structures that can be strengthened. However, we must also recognize that there's an aspect of our problem that can only be addressed by social engineering. What do I mean? When you go to some of these places, especially in northern Nigeria, the northwest and the northeast, what you have is vast land masses occupied by very sparse human populations. Militarily, there's no way of protecting those communities. They are too far apart. It's a waste of time. Those communities don't need to be existing anymore. People might find that scandalous, but throughout history, communities have risen and fallen. In Borno State, there are communities that will never be rebuilt. Never. It's not possible. Half have fled to Cameroon, half have moved to Abuja. They have no interest in going back. That's entirely normal. That's the way human society evolves. So we have to create larger population clusters because those are easier to protect. If you have 10 people within 10,000 square miles, they will be wiped out. There's nothing you can do about that. It makes no military sense to try to protect it. Those are militarily indefensible places. So rather than blaming the military for not performing miracles, let's take it out of the domain of the supernatural and solve the problem practically. Lastly, I really want to follow up on what my brother has said and what Victoria mentioned. We need to be balanced about how we approach these issues. The first thing is, I can tell you categorically that if NGOs had not been present in the Northeast, the scale of the humanitarian catastrophe that would have happened there would have been unprecedented, worse than anything we are seeing now. We need to be humble about this. If somebody is coming into your house to put out a fire, you cannot be angry with what kind of shoes he's entering with. Do you understand this? What you should ask yourself is, why am I incapable of putting out my own fire? When we engage in the international space, there is a mistake we keep making. The international space is not a philanthropic space. It's a place of agendas. People are coming with what they want to gain. You have to have your own agenda to negotiate with. You can't go in empty-handed and then say they cheated you. Nobody is cheating you. You are being unguarded and you are being unstrategic. So we need to speak more to ourselves and build our own local communities. Lastly, now that aid is drying up, this may be one of those things where we say, be careful what you wish for. Because you said shut down, then all kinds of civil society organizations shut down, right? You said shut down, then suddenly you can't afford healthcare. Suddenly access to health is impossible. There are certain programs around dealing with HIV/AIDS now that have closed shop. You have serious vulnerabilities. So I suspect that the first thing we should lead with should not even be, these people should leave us alone. We need to ask ourselves, what are our aspirations as a people? What do we want to accomplish? Right now, it is almost impossible to do anything without external funding. So this calls for humility and sober reflection and introspection before we start looking for enemies outside. Nobody is haunting you. Nobody is trying to do anything to you. People are simply trying to maximize their own interests. We need to ask ourselves, what are our own interests as a people? Thank you.
And that is why Victoria's NGO, so we have to create spaces for change. We have to create spaces for change, and we create spaces for a picture here. Let me use this opportunity to thank you so much for wonderful interaction on this panel. It has been very revealing and very wonderful. We have seen the high and the low, and we have seen where the NGOs need to actually understand the terrain. And we are not blaming them because they have brought in a lot of hope. Thank you very much. Wonderful.
Let me sincerely and specially appreciate Associate Professor for that fantastic moderation. Please, one more time, can we put our hands together for Associate Professor? Now I want to come back here. So please, it's time for questions. If we could just quickly write down questions from either from the first session or from the second. So let's go to Professor for the first question. Number one is here, sir. Microphone number one is here.
Yeah. I'm Professor Aluko. Mine is not actually a question, but a contribution. I don't know whether I can just go.
No, I will close with that contribution.
Okay.
So number one is contribution. Any other person has a contribution from the hands up? Okay. So when we are done with those questions, when we answer, then Prof will now give his contribution. So let's go to number two now. Your name, where you from, then the question. A camera, okay, if you could just please stand so the cameraman can do. Let's go, man.
My name is Doris.
Please proceed, we can hear you.
My name is Doris Okereke, GPAC member from Ebonyi State. My question is this. From the first speakers, they said governance is the problem. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so you're talking from the first panel session?
Yes.
Okay.
They said governance is the problem. And we've also heard that it is high time we take our leaders accountable. So my question is this. So where do we draw the line? Why we try to take them accountable and you see someone speaking up, the person is being arrested. So that means there's a problem of freedom of expression. And then, while we also mention governance, how do we look at the area where the people are still the problem? Because if we want to express our view, to make impact, to talk about what is happening, it is still us that also leak our next secret. So how would the two parts come into place to resolve issue of peace? I don't know whether you get it.
It's people that will answer it if they got it. Okay. So I know in the first panel we had our Kaduna Oga. Who else was on the first panel? Oh, okay, I remember. Everyone just hold on. So our question is for the first panel. Dr. Dubisi, are you here, sir? Okay. Oh, yeah, the man from Mali. Bamako. Oh, yes. Okay. Did you hear the question, sir? Okay, he's using the interpreter too. Okay. Okay, then the rep of, then the lady, Dr. Bridget Osakwe. Are you here, ma? Oh, yeah, you heard the question, ma? Oh, wow. Okay. The question was for the first, but sir, you heard the question. Fine. Okay, number three.
Good morning.
Yeah.
I'm Abba Yusuf of RIPS Africa. So we've already stated how the government has failed and these things have exacerbated insecurity.
Sorry, sir, my apologies. First session or second session?
Yeah, for this second session.
This second session,
yes.
Okay.
So please, I will really just want to ask a straightforward question. Now that we've known how these apparatuses have failed us, how can we now empower communities? Because I'm saying this based on the recent statement of a particular state governor, particularly in Niger State, who said citizens should go and defend themselves against this banditry because they can't do much. And you're telling the citizens, of course, we know that it's illegal for you to have small arms. It's the same government that will go after you if you're found in possession of any illegal arm. So how can we empower, how can we stop speaking from both parts of our mouths? On one hand, you're telling the communities to go defend themselves against any security. On the other hand, you are putting a premium ban, and in fact, it's one of our major offense for you to be seen with any ammunition. Is the community supposedly to go against these bandits with catapults and stones, against people who are coming to you with RPGs and with AK-47s? That's what I really want to know.
Okay. Is Dr. Chris in the house? Dr. Chris, Dr. Mustafa, Castina State. Yes, so you got the question. He said it's for your session. Yes, so thank God Dr. Mustafa Shehu is here. I saw Madam Victoria, she had to step out. She needs to go to the office. So that's fine. Dr. Beji Gowa is also not present. So, sir, you help us do that question. Yes. Okay, so we'll go to number 4. Not now, yeah. Number 4, the final question.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gladys, and my question is actually directed to the first section, and it's concerning the question basically is how do we, I know this program actually, Dr. Bridget said earlier that all of these discussions that we're having today, at some point we've had these discussions before. And I want to know, as a novice, what active, measures are we taking to provide solutions to all of these? Because these questions, I discovered that from the first section, I discovered that when questions are being asked, these questions generate into other questions, and then other questions, and then to shifting the blames to the government. And I'm here to actually know what exactly is the active measures they wanted to put in place to, provide solutions to all of this insecurity that is going on in our country. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to respectfully borrow Mr. Samuel Arua from first session, and we'll borrow Dr. Mustafa Shehu from the second session to do justice to the questions. I will come to Professor to give us quick of your own input and a wrap up to it. So I start with second session. I'll start with second session because me and first session I have plenty questions. So let me wrap up second session. So with all due respect, sir, Casina State Development Management Board, Dr. Mustafa Shehu, he was on that panel, and he will help us quickly in about 1-2 minutes respond to the 2 questions that was directed to his session. Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, to respond to the questions that were directed to. Oh, yes, sorry, my apologies. Dr. Chris will go to, sorry, my apologies. I'm sorry, sir. To help us respond to 2 questions that were in the 2 questions that came from your session. I'm sorry. So Dr. Chris will be speaking for the second session. Please, can we clap for Dr. Chris, please? In about 2-3 minutes, let's just respond. So you heard your questions.
Okay. I think you asked the question. Security of life and property is the responsibility of the government, federal, state, local. So right now, the federal government has initiated a forest guards scheme. And just to be clear, it's not that civilians or citizens can't bear arms. There's a particular grade of weaponry that citizens can't have. Technically, we can describe them as automatic weapons or assault weapons, but they can have other kinds of lower grade weapons. That is, citizens cannot have that. So it's not that they are banned from having all of them. You can have single gauge shotguns, double barrels, all of those things. The problem is that, practically speaking, nobody can rely on that against a group of people using assault weapons. That being said, the federal government's Forest Guard program is based on the idea of recruiting from each locality within the states and then arming them. So federal security services are able to arm their own personnel with assault weapons, for example. So this is a recent program that will come up. But I really want to push back against the idea that anyone can simply say people should defend themselves. That is irresponsible. The role of government is to protect its people. You can find different ways of collaborating with communities, but to simply leave them to their own devices is not useful. The second thing I think I'd say probably in that regard is overall we have to address the neglect of rural areas. All of these things are happening in specific places. They are happening, first of all, they are largely not happening in state capitals. They are happening in the hinterlands. And when you check, you will find that over the years, we've abandoned those places. So there has to be a concerted program to reclaim those places. This will primarily be driven by state governments and by local governments with support from federal governments. The federal government's jurisdiction is simply Abuja. Most Nigerians live under state jurisdiction. So we need to also begin to, as it were, raise the bar in terms of how we engage governors. For a long time, governors have gotten away with the idea that, oh, you know, security is just a state responsibility. That is not true. Security is the responsibility of all levels of government. Even at the local government level, yes, there's an office of the security secretary at the local government level. So the idea that this is simply a federal problem is not correct. However, each state must find a solution, and then in certain places like the Northwest, there must be a cohesive regional approach to this. This is because most of these bandit groups, armed groups, and all of that, they do not respect state boundaries. They don't stay within state boundaries. So you will find that in the Northwest, for example, the footprint of banditry is from Zamfara, Sokoto, Katsina, Kebbi, Kaduna, Niger. So one state cannot simply say, we've made peace with bandits and we are fine. You can't do that. So there has to also be, in as much as there will be a local approach, there also has to be a collective regional approach. Samuel knows all about this stuff. I'm not even sure why you're asking me, but you know. So that's what I will say to that. And I'm not sure what the second question was. I think it's that lady that asked about what to do with, I can't remember what the question was.
What's her role when she lives here in terms of what's the role will she play for insecurity and security? Something about that. Yeah?
Should I take the question again, sir?
Yes, please, help me.
Okay, like I want to know active measures that are being put in place to, you know, provide solution to these insecurities that we have in our country, because it looks like we just keep repeating the same thing and we're not getting the solutions that we expect. So that is my question. So what active solutions are we providing to this problem? So it doesn't look as if we're doing everything. We're doing something repeatedly all the time, the same thing over time, you know, without having any result. Like, what are we going to do differently after this meeting to, you know, get the solutions to the insecurities in this country? Okay,
I think, well, one needs to be specific, but I've mentioned some things right now, and I'm sure in the course of the day, other speakers have mentioned other things. For you as an individual, it's really about where you are. Are you here in Abuja or are you in the community? One thing that is clear is that this is not a problem that can be remotely deployed from Abuja. It's not possible. In Abuja, the federal government can create standards, it can set out policy, it can articulate grand statements of strategy. But in order to implement, it must be implemented by people that actually are in those places. So this will be very community-centric. It will be heavily localized. What happens in Talata Mafara, for example, will not be the same approach that you use in Gusau. It will not be the same approach that you use in Dutsema. You have to understand that you're dealing with a vast country. And it's not that things are not being done, and I think this is a point that is very important. It's not that things are not being done, but Nigeria is a large country with a large population. Whatever you do, you must measure it against the scale of the population. In another country, if you create, let's say, if you take job creation, for example, if you create 5,000 jobs or 10,000 jobs in another country, you've done very well. But in Nigeria, it means nothing because you have 200 million people. So you have to measure your approach against the demand levied by, one, the population, two, the land mass, right? So it's not accurate to say, oh, we are not doing anything. Things are being done, but we need to scale up. And we also need to effectively localize those solutions. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, so I'd like to come to you, sir. Yes, the first set of questions that were thrown from the audience, and then I have two questions for you here. Someone said the questions for first panel, the first question, if you can respond, sir. If you can help us respond quickly, because I have some many questions for you from my own desk.
Well, why wouldn't Madam Bridget just answer, since you have two for me?
Okay, she got the question? Oh, yes, so you that got it can go ahead, sir. So. Okay, I think it was number 2. For the first session, yeah?
Wait, let the person ask. Let me put it in perspective. Okay. Because.
Okay, I'm asking that the panelists mentioned governance, and we've always heard about holding your leaders accountable.
Yes.
And while you do so, you are being arrested. That means there's a problem of freedom of expression. So where do we go from there? Okay. And then lastly, we the people are also the problem. So what do we do to stop the issue? Since if you want to do something that will stop the negative acts of government, and someone with you will still be the one that will go and leak the secrets, and yet we are talking about collaboration. Thank you.
Okay. You have partly asked the question and partly answered the question. However, there's something about citizens' awareness and governance awareness that is important. A lot of people do not understand the role of the different levels of government within this society. I give an example of when somebody go to a legislator and say, I don't have road in my village. This person is elected to make laws. He's a parliamentarian. And then you are bugging that person with the issue of we don't have light, we don't have roads. I know that due to system collapse, all these things are coming because we accuse them of constituency allowance or no constituency allowance. But it is important that we, the citizens, know the role of each level of governance. And I know you were talking about protests, NSAS in mind and all that. The issue of internal security is vested on the Nigerian police. We must get that. It is when it gets out of hand that the military are invited. And so when you are engaging the police, you should know how to engage the police, to what extent, and then when you are engaging the military, you know to what extent. I know they have their excesses. And you have said that we have people sell out among the people who you are organizing with. But it doesn't stop us. We must continue to mobilize. We must continue to protest anything that it is unconstitutional and against the will of the populace. Thank you. Mr. May I? Yes. Yes.
Okay, so we quickly just, okay. Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je pense que la gouvernance, le problème de gouvernance dont elle a parlé est une question de défaillance sociale. C'est la société même qui a failli à sa mission de formation de citoyens. Parce que il faut faire recours à l'éducation familiale en passant par l'école pour pouvoir arriver au niveau supérieur de l'État. Parce que les dirigeants sont issus de la société. Dès lors que cette société faillit, forcément, la gouvernance va en souffrir. Donc, il faudrait une véritable politique de formation en termes de citoyenneté à partir de la famille pour passer par l'école. En ce moment, on pourra minimiser les questions de gouvernance. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much. Someone sent a question directly to Mr. Samuel. So I'd like to just push this question to you. Okay, I don't think the person wants his name called. He said, question 1, you played a major role in the sponsored compensation of bandits with the former governor El-Rufai. Would you say it yielded results, and is that the way to go? Question 1.
Okay.
All the questions are quarter, so I wish you the best.
All right.
Number 2
Well,
and 3.
first and foremost, I want to clarify that there is no time that Kaduna State government, under the leadership of Nasir El-Rufai, paid bandits. It is not correct. But I'd like you to know something, that Kaduna is very critical and very sensitive, like Plateau. Before I break down the answer to you, look at what happened in Plateau State, for instance. There was an announcement of a certain Professor Ishaya as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Jos. The Muslim community, some Muslims, were so excited that at least a Muslim has been appointed as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Jos. Then some Christians were also very sad that how can a Muslim with the name Professor Tanko from Kebbi State to be appointed as VC of University of Jos. Later on, it was clarified by some Christians to the majority Christians that this Tanko is not a Muslim. You know, and that ended their grievances, so to say. On the other hand, again, when they moved from the issue of religion, it was issue of maybe ethnicity. He is actually not from Plateau. He is actually from Kebbi State. So what am I trying to say is, Nigerians will always have one case or the other, you know, to lament in the quest of trying to achieve one particular interest or the other. So I come from Kaduna State, and I understood the sentiment in Kaduna. Luckily for me, or unfortunately for me, my father and mother are coming from the two major ethnic groups, you know, in the southern part of the state. And on the other hand, again, I have blood relationship or relatives. I have cousins that are Fulani and Hausa. So you see, I understand the politics of our state. So now what happened, to answer you, to give you a very good answer for you to know. In 2011, there was post-election violence in Kaduna State. And the post-election violence broke out or happened in April 2011. And there were a lot of headers or headers community that were affected. The settled, the semi-settled, the transhumans class, the transhumans side of Fulani that I categorize were all affected by this violence. because it was April when they are shifting back to their base. Now, the former governor of the state, Governor Patrick Ibrahim Yakuwa of blessed memory, experiencing a lot of attacks in the state, in that area from Zankua, side of Kavanchan and what have you, security agencies confided in him that from what they can decipher, these attacks are coming from transhumans Fulani who comes across the border. This is what they confided in the state governor. And there was a day that about 11 people were killed in Zankwa. For your benefit, again, I'm a journalist. Prince Charles was my editor while we were in leadership newspapers. So we were reporting that issue. So there was a day the governor was attacked in Zankwa by his kith and kin, that is the people of Southern Ghana in that area. So now the governor now decided to ask some people undercover to do some findings, and they validated that claims. And they started interacting with those parties on the ground. And if you do a newspaper review of events in Kaduna, 2 or 3 months before the plane crash, before the plane crash that took the life of the former governor, you realize that the attacks receded at that point in time. But after the death of the governor, on the 14th of February 2013, 148 people were killed in Bondom district in Kauran local government areas. It was a big crisis for Governor Mukhtar Ramalan Yero, who succeeded Yakuwa. Then, after 2 months again, you can fact check me, about 200 people were killed in Kobin area in Sanga local government. And what we reported at that time as the basis of the continuation of that killings was the discontinuation by the new administration. Now, we now came to government in 2015. So when we came in 2015, some sources still came to us to say that why these killings are occurring again and again is because those people have not been reached out to. When I say, okay, there's no problem. So a third party or second party came into the conversation, and they have a discussion with those group of aggrieved headers. In fact, some of them, they were not talking about money. The fact that government, reached out to them, that was what happened. And Southern Kaduna was very quiet. Then something happened. Journalists were interviewing the governor, and they now asked the governor, what is it that Kaduna state government did that Southern Kaduna is very quiet? Then the governor explained to them what I have just narrated to you, that when we came on board, we inherited a situation where there was discontinuation of a backdoor conversation that started during the time of Governor Yakuwa. And we now continue with the process. Then the journalist who was not even there now went and reported with the headline that Kaduna state government pays foreign Fulani. That was the beginning of the debate. So there is no fact, there is no truth in the assertion that government of Kaduna state gave money to bandits. It is not true. I can confirm to you it is not true, but the Kaduna politics is a politics of identity, is a politics of trying to get advantage against fellow competitors in the Kaduna power struggle. That was the beginning of the whole thing. Our position in government was very clear. We are not going to negotiate anything with bandits. But if there are groups of bandits on their own, who were conscripted into banditry, who will want to renounce banditry, we have no problem with that. So please get it right. I have never and will never be part of any discussion that will pay money to bandits. This is what happened. And I also want to help you. There's a lot of misconception about bandits. You need to understand we have classes of bandits. There are bandits that don't kidnap people. What they do, they just take vengeance.
And there are bandits again that are engaged in banditry for economic purposes. They kidnap people to collect ransom. So there are quite a lot of things. So we don't just paint virtually everything with one brush. It's a very complicated matter. So I hope I have cleared your doubt that we did not pay money to bandits. We have never until we leave. Thank you.
Okay. So it was a good security question. Just that you use the time for the three questions to answer one question.
Well, I have to so that I'll free myself.
So I won't ask the three questions. I'll just ask only one to add to this. I'll ask just number two question. And the people that wrote the question, my apologies, just because of time. I've been told to close this like 5 minutes ago. So I'll just squeeze in one question. And the person really plan you come. So you just respond to this one quickly, and then we can proceed. He said he tried to link election to insecurity, and he said irregular elections and disenfranchisement of voters characterize your tenure while in government. Considering the security effects of your action, what has been done to stem the tide going forward, especially in the northern states, just so election results don't lead to more insecurity? If you can help us do it in 1 minute. So we
Okay,
can.
well, I disagreed with him. For the first time in the history of local government elections in Nigeria, where the ruling party will win all the elections. When we organized local government elections in 2018, we lost 5 local government areas. Pardon? Thank you. You will be my witness. I'm grateful. I'm grateful that he's there. We organized a local government election that we lost 5 local government areas, critical local government areas. We lost Kachia local government. We lost Chukun local government, And in 2021 again, when we organize another local government elections, there are key local government areas that we allow the will of the people to prevail. We lost Soba local government and a host of other local government. And go and check. Even in the last general elections in 2023, there were a lot of complaints that elections will be rigged in Kaduna. There will be breakdown of law and order. We did a very good scenario building about what will happen. At that time, the former chief of army staff of blessed memory, Lagbaja, he was the general officer commanding of 1 division. At the end of the election, we lost the 3 senatorial seats to the opposition. And there are 16 Federal House of Representative constituencies in Kaduna State. The ruling party got only 4. So we are not saints and we are not perfect. Even though I'm not a politician, I'm a journalist. But I can tell you with sense of modesty that we try the little that we can do. And we leave everything to posterity. Thank you.
Okay, please can we put our hands together? We will take closing remarks by our convener, but microphone, please come to Professor. He needed to add something. I know that Professor will keep to time. I know.
Thank you very much. Well, my contribution will be focusing on this authoritarianism, and then I will try and tie it to the dominant theme in the discussion of the first was this issue of governance. And Chris also emphasized it. You see, essentially, I'll be looking at it into democratic progression and regression. Now, in Nigeria in 1999, we moved from military authoritarianism to democratic opening. In 2015, we moved from democratic opening to democratic transition because then we had an election. The party in power, then PDP, lost to an opposition. That was democratic transition. So ordinarily and naturally and logically, we're supposed to be moving in the direction of democratic consolidation. Not what is happening, right? Rather than people or the nation or country in Africa moving in that direction, people are now asking the military to come back. I mean, that is what is happening now. So it is no longer about democratic consolidation, it is about democratic regression. And the reason is very simple. You see, when there was clamor for democracy in Africa and this third wave of democratization across the globe, it was about concern for an improved socio-economic people. But unfortunately, we never got that. As a matter of fact, our situation is worse than it was, because there's this Yoruba adage I say, oh, Shabo me, you leave me the way you met me. You understand? But we are worse off. And so that brings me to the issue of this, the governance that was there. At the root of this crisis is what my friend is saying, leadership. Right? We don't have leadership to good. You see, rise on the leadership. That is the truth of the matter. You want me to change it? Nations, they rise and fall on the altar of leadership. But we have not been able to get leadership that would take us to that place. For instance, in 1999, there was this AIG. He was in the Senate. A retired AIG was in the Senate. He looked around and said, what is happening here? Many of the people around there are people I had arrested at one point or the other in the course of my career, criminals. Some of us had it. So the implication is that the kind of leaders we are throwing up are not the ones that will drive development. And as long as that is the case, you will continue to have conflict, you will continue to have violence and all those things. So this is where I'm going. Don't you think there is a need for us to look at our leadership recruitment process? Because the way it is, the way we are recruiting leaders, we continue to throw up, irresponsible leadership. And I think there is need for that. Thank you.
Please, can we specially put our hands together? I personally have been an ambassador of looking at our leadership recruitment process, looking at the electoral reform, looking at the kind of leaders that we throw up, and that will be actually the rock of some of these major conversations. I want to sincerely and genuinely appreciate everyone. Maybe I'll do that after the closing remark. Everyone that has been a part of this event. It's time for closing remark. I'll come back after the closing remark to do our vote of thanks and to explain how the middle points will go. This one you have to clap. Let's put our hands together for our hosts.
Colleagues, how has it been? Day one has been wonderful. Day two is going to be super wonderful. So just, say a few things before I do my vote of thanks. I think one of the things that scare me the most when I look at the current leadership structure or leadership process that we have, especially in Nigeria now, is, I'm trying to look for the right word, the association between those who are currently occupying, the seat of power, the association with, I'm trying to look for the right word. There was a time in this country that someone who has been tried for drug-related crimes was in the Senate. It was actually a senator. We have many of them in the House of Rep. And these are the kind of people that we expect to make laws and help direct, the future of the state. And it's not just a Nigerian thing. It's what we're seeing all over the continent. So it's a concern. It's a concern. Many of those who are involved in drugs-related issues have now found their ways into the Senate, into the House of Rep, or into, the executive positions at different levels. And this is something that we need to also look into. And I also heard clearly the conversation about, whether democracy is working or not. And that reminds me of one of the quotes by someone I love very much. He's late now, Professor Momo. When he says that Africa is actually de-democratizing rather than democratizing. It's a debate for another day. On that note, on behalf of Building Blocks of Peace Foundation, I would like to say a very big thank you to all of you who came for the day one of the West African Peace and Security Dialogue. Particularly, I want to thank our keynote speaker, Professor Olawale Albert, represented here by Professor Benjamin Aluko. Unfortunately, we have to leave tomorrow for academic assignment. Thank you, sir, for coming. I don't know whether you remember, the first time we had an event at the University of Ibadan, 2017. we invited Professor Albert, and then somehow he had another assignment at the Kofi Annan Institute, and he asked you to represent him long time ago. And you mentioned a phrase that still sticks with me: closed political opportunity structure. I will never forget. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. We thank you, Professor Jude Momodu. Thank you so much for coming. We thank you, Professor John Tua. Thank you so much for coming. We thank you, Ma, the National Coordinator for OneHealth Nigeria. Thank you so much for coming. All our distinguished panelists, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming. Directors of civil society organizations, our friends from media, we appreciate you. Distinguished guests, thank you so much for coming. Tomorrow is going to be interesting, and I want to encourage us not to miss the session for anything. On that note, I want to wish us safe trip back to our various destinations. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. That's to announce the official end of day one of the West African Peace and Security Dialogue. Tomorrow will be very interesting. Now, please, can we just sit down? Let me explain how the lunch will be served. Please, I need your attention for how the lunch will be served. Because of how the room is not as big. So we have a structured plan. We'll be going for the lunch table by table, and the hostesses will direct us. So we have arranged them already. Can they wave? Hostesses, can you wave? See them, they're plenty. Yeah, so they will direct us on how we're going to go for the lunch. It's a buffet, so we just go pick up our meal, and then we come back. So please, let's just see how to cooperate with them. You can be doing your meet and greets, be interacting and be meeting up with people until it is your turn to go for the lunch. One more time, I sincerely and genuinely appreciate you all for being a part of this event. My name is Chooks the General. I'm a professional master of ceremony, and this is to say thank you all. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you. Hostesses, we can now take it from here and direct them table by table. I think the MC should try the lunch first.